are. It's just it just things aren't working. I called her Mike Trout yesterday. She goes, I go, great player. I go, gonna go to the Hall of Fame. I go, his body's falling apart. I go, that's you.
Speaking of which, how about my Tigers?
How about the Twins last night?
Score 2 in the 10th and give up 3 in the bottom?
Yes.
You got to get that horse in the barn there.
By the way, this do you know the Tigers going to Kansas City, sweep the Royals, but the Royals own the tiebreaker because they won the season series 7-6? That's what I looked up last night. I'm like, oh my goodness, did the Tigers just own the tiebreaker now on the Royals? So the Tigers don't own the tiebreaker on KC or Minnesota. And then did you see how the Mariners lost last night?
Yeah, I did.
You ever seen that before?
Well, no.
And Rodriguez goes, I figured when the bat was coming at me, the play's over. And they're like, no, play's still going on. It's like, that's a tough break.
By the way, do you see, I don't know if you look at any of the local news things, but our sheriff's in a little to-do here.
Is he?
He is being accused of giving people jobs, paying them huge sums of money, and they have to kick back money to pay for his toys.
That's a problem.
Let's see if I've got this right. Here's the headline from NBC-2. Lee County Sheriff spending detailed amid possible FBI investigation. That's true, Clark, but this is, after all, Lee County, and we'll see how this ends up.
And he was appointed by the governor, so they're going to protect him. Exactly, E.B. Hill. When it's 3 letters, you want it to be PBS. Right.
Yes.
You don't want CIA, FBI, IRS. Fox is okay. NBC, ABC, CBS, PBS. Right.
All right, 20 seconds.
Good morning, everybody.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Thursday. We're over the hump. Heck, we can see the finish line, albeit faintly, from here. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Hope you're having a good week. Thanks for spending part of it with us once again. How are things going in your world, Mark?
They're going pretty well. This week has flown by for whatever reason. I got up this morning, like, damn, it's Thursday already. There's football tonight. This week seems like it has just cruised on by.
Did you double down on National Cheeseburger Day? You cooked cheeseburgers on Tuesday. You found out yesterday morning it was Cheeseburger Day. Did you double down on it?
No, I did not. I picked up the daughter yesterday from school, and she had wanted nothing to do with what I was going to make, so we stopped. Little Italian deli. She went meatball sub. I went Italian beef. And
Okay.
I feel like it was a win for us.
All right. Anything for the wife, or was
Another
she
Italian beef.
Okay.
So we did not go back-to-back cheeseburgers on National Cheeseburger Day, but went to the little Italian deli, battled it out with the Italian grandmothers in there. I had to take a number. You've been there with me before. You know that place. I mean, it's like going to the corner in a 70s hockey game against the Flyers. You don't know if you're going to come out alive.
I was going to say, I'd rather try to get an offensive rebound against Rodman, okay, than go after the Italian moms and grandmoms, all right, at the Italian deli.
No doubt there. They can be tough.
And
They can be tough.
They know the exact order. They're better than, like, replay at a track and field race. They know the exact order that you've come in and you've lined up. All right. And you could be 23 deep and they know you're 23. You're not 22. You just hold your spot there, young man. It's not your turn yet. I'll tell you when it is.
Got that right. But no, it was a tremendous day yesterday. Fired up for the weekend. We're conference play coming. Fired up for the game you're working. We talked about it to start the show yesterday.
Yeah.
Patriots and Jets tonight. Ready to go. And, my baseball team's making it a little bit of a race.
Oh, my goodness. The Tigers coming from way back. Twins. And because the Tigers are beating them, Royals fumbling, bumbling, stumbling, as Chris Berman would say, down the stretch. And we got ourselves a race. 3 teams for 2 spots in the American League. And I'll tell you what, if the Orioles can keep it going for a few more days, they may try to play their way right out of the damn playoffs. Certainly they're playing their way out of the 4 seed. They're trying really hard not to host playoff games.
Well, fortunately for them, the Royals have been beat up by the Tigers, so they still have a little bit of a lead there. But yeah, you're right, David. All 3 wild cards very close to one another, with the Tigers just a half game back.
Hey, I'm sorry to hit you with this so early, but I feel I have a right to know. And vice versa, by the way. What I'm about to bring up, I think you have a right to ask in return and know from me. Are you going to drop a Woj bomb on me?
No.
So
No.
You're not going to decide, I know I've been doing a certain thing for the last 20, 25, 30, 35 years, but I just don't want to do it anymore. And I'm making millions at it. And I'm just not interested. I'm going to go work for my alma mater in a secondary role. Just going to help out. I'm done. So you're not going to drop on me midway through the football season. You're done doing sports talk radio, are you?
No, I am not going to give you that one-day notice that it seems Woj gave ESPN.
Are you sure? I mean, because there is a little difference between Woj's situation and ours. He's walking away from millions. We're not.
I don't have a dream job lying there on the other side that's telling me to come work for them, though.
So your dream is to not go back to Lansing, Michigan, and help out Tom Izzo, all right, and the Michigan State basketball team, get that second title for Tom, and just help out in the new NIL landscape. And you don't want to go back to Lansing and get an apartment directly above, like, the big bar in town either. You don't want to live there and recreate your glory days of youth.
Not even close. I'm good.
Because
I like where I'm at. I like what I do. and I'm trying really hard to keep this thing alive. But, again, if you've got a $5-10 million property you want to list with me as a realtor, I can do both.
Right. No. But I'm talking about giving this up. Okay. I guess you could give this up to do real estate full time. You could do that on me. You could say, listen, Moulton, I just don't even want to hear your voice anymore.
That would only be if the real estate was working really well. It's sputtering along.
Okay.
I might have to start airing a commercial on Miller and Moulton and see if I can spur some listings.
Okay. Yeah, well, why not? I mean, it's worked, once or twice before. So advertising on the show actually works, Mark.
I know.
It's a hidden little secret.
Guy at Molly Maid came to me and said, you want me to do a spot for you, an endorsement spot, because we get calls nearly every day from you guys.
Hot damn. And do they have the running joke too? Yeah, people call us. And then, you know why? It's so great because they clean their house the day before we come. We're there like 23 minutes.
They're coming today. Wife last night told the daughter, when you get up in the morning, you got to do X, Y, and Z because the cleaners are coming.
No, I throw a little extra money on the table for them and go, by the way, I left it a mess. Here you go. Thanks for coming. So for those that didn't hear, and I don't know how many of you care, but Adrian Wojnarowski covers the NBA for ESPN, or he did the last 7 years. He breaks the most stories in the league. He's the Adam Schefter of the NBA. When he has a breaking story, it's called a Woj bomb. Oh, look at this story from Woj. And he dropped 2 of them yesterday. First one he dropped on ESPN. He said, I'm quitting. I'm done. He had $20 million left on his contract. It's like 3 more years at or 4 years at like 5 per, or 3 at 7 per. He had $20 million he walked away from. Now, you don't have a life. I mean, you don't. Adam Schefter was hysterical yesterday. We talked about it when we talked to Schefter a couple of months ago. All right. And he's like, oh, yeah, the phone's, taped to your wrist and you bring it everywhere. Schefter said he walked away from, when you're in the shower, you have to position the phone, in the shower where it doesn't get wet, but you got to have it right there. Okay. And then he said, when you go to the bathroom, you got the phone in one hand, you're using the other hand to take care of business, and they laughed. He goes, no, it's kind of what your life turns into.
Right. We have the ability to watch sports whenever we want. And David, you work a lot more than I do in the field, basically, with the 2 spotter jobs you have. But we don't need to have the phone in the bathroom. We're not breaking news.
No. I mean, don't get me wrong.
I mean, you were in that spot for a little while doing local TV where you broke news occasionally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But even that wasn't much of a breaking news. It was a reporting job.
Yeah. I mean, I never felt I had to take the phone with me into the restroom. Never did. Now, don't get me wrong. I have, okay, but that's just because I have had it on me. Okay, but I have never felt the need to. 55 years old, by the way. You're 54, right?
I'm 55.
You're 55. See, I'm telling you, I was thinking, I go, man, is Mark going to drop a Woj bomb on me? So what's the job because, you're making millions doing this Miller and Moulton thing and this.
Someone just texted the show. How do you know Miller's not a millionaire already about to retire?
I do. I do. Okay.
That's so funny.
I've got really good sources, and I know that that's not the case. So there's not, okay, is there, all of a sudden you win Mega Millions, you win the Powerball, all right? Is there, you come home and you say to your wife and your daughter, all right, here's the deal. All right, we're moving here, and I'm doing this. This is what I've always wanted to do. All right, I'm out.
David, I'm saying this not to be sappy, but I've had all my dream jobs with the exception of not working in the National Hockey League. I worked in pro hockey for many years. I got to call nearly 1,000 games broadcasting. I broadcasted basketball. I broadcasted hockey, and I've been lucky enough to sit, well, now virtually side by side with you for quite a few years doing this. This is a dream job.
Beats working for a living, as
You're
we
damn
like
right.
to say. So, okay, so there's nothing, but apparently Woj, he's been thinking about this, and he's like, listen, I'm done. And Mark, here's the good thing that I've only wanted to do this since I was 8. I literally don't. Probably the reason I'm still doing it is because during the times that I've been unemployed and sleeping on people's couches at a younger age, I didn't know what else to do. If my family had had an intervention with me, which they didn't, they would have said, "You need to do something else." I would have been like, "What? I have no desire to do anything else but this." Apparently, he wanted to give it all up, give back to his alma mater. He's done. Checking out.
The Bonnies going to St. Bonaventure to be essentially their GM of basketball operations.
Right. But the funny thing is, apparently, it's not like he's telling Mark Schmidt, the head coach, what to do. He's taking orders. He's just helping out. He's helping raise money. He's giving back, he said. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Good for him.
That's outstanding. How many of you want to give it all up? Not to be done, not retire. How many of you want to give it all up? And you know what? There's this little thing you'd like to do for the next 5, 8, 10 years as you ride off into retirement.
Let me see. Mr. Moulton, you're on the tee.
Well, that's not a gig, though. Okay, you're not good enough for the gig to be the
No,
champion.
I just be a starter like my old man. I just work at a nice course. Mr. Moulton, you're 838. You're ready to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's true. During the ups and downs of this show, Mark's fallback has always been starter and
Cart barn.
And cart barn.
Getting a little too old to work that hard in the cart barn. I might just have to go to the starter gig.
And mine has always been either pizza delivery or, Amazon, UPS, what have you. So, all right, no Woj bomb coming here. The third act continues, and we have a hell of a show lined up for you, including Alex Golesh, the South Florida football coach, Miller and Moulton. Are you suffering from neuropathy? Do you experience stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your feet? Are you tired of sleepless nights and avoiding life due to pain? If you've been diagnosed with neuropathy or experiencing pain or numbness in your feet, pick up the phone and call us right now before it's too late at 239-382-7332. Again, that's 239-382-7332. Neuropathy is a very serious and progressive disease where your nerves start to break down. Eventually, it leads to balance problems, falls, complete loss of independence, and can lead to amputation.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Norrell, DC. Our program addresses the underlying causes and doesn't simply mask your symptoms with medication. In fact, many patients start experiencing relief from neuropathy symptoms within weeks. There's no surgery and no use of prescription drugs.
Pick up the phone right now and call 239-382-7332. Call us today at Restore Health. 239-382-7332. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Twinkies, Johnny O.
Oh, my goodness. Twins are...
The Tigers have no tiebreakers, not over anybody.
No, KC's got the tiebreaker on them. Minnesota's got the tiebreaker on them.
I guess Baltimore wouldn't if they slipped that far, but that's not going to happen.
They're 4.5 behind the Orioles. Do they have the tiebreaker on the Orioles?
Well, they play them again here this week.
Oh,
They just got done taking 2 or 3, so I don't know what the rest of the series has been.
By the way, I think I'm going to check out the Reds game Sunday in Cincinnati because I get in like 9:30 in the morning. Skeens is pitching for the Pirates.
Oh, Dela Cruz and Skeens.
I think I think it's the final home game of the year for the Reds too. I think I'm just going to walk on over. Hotel's about 1.5 miles away. I think I'm just going to walk on over and go to the game. And if USC wins Saturday, we'll probably be back at Michigan the following week. And if that game has any meaning, or just to see maybe the Tigers beat the White Sox so they set the all-time record, I may just walk on over. Well, it's not walk, it's a 20-mile drive, but I may just walk on over, so to speak, and see the Tigers season finale.
I'll be curious if you go what you think of Comerica. I don't love Comerica.
So
I don't think the sight lines are great for what they could have done. I think it's too flat back as opposed to up. That's just me.
Okay. I know they've brought in the fences a couple times, right? Well, the Tigers have taken 2 or 3 from the Orioles heading into the series this weekend, so I'm curious what the tiebreaker is if the Orioles take 2 out of 3, but again, if the Orioles take 2 out of 3, they ain't going to end up tied.
Right.
Yeah, Marlins are going to play a role here. They're hosting the Braves this weekend. Then they're going to play the Twins. Marlins are going to play meaningful games. Well, I understand ambient, but, first off, I'm going to be at both football games in those cities on Monday. So what else? I mean, there's nothing going on that Sunday. It's sit in the hotel and watch football or go to a baseball game. I'd rather go to the baseball game. Johnny O likes his Skyline chili. You and Mo Egger, man, he loves it, raves about it.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Roy Cummings to talk Bucs. Alex Golesh, the head coach of South Florida. They're hosting Miami, primetime Saturday night. They took Alabama into the fourth quarter 2 years in a row. Now they take their shot hosting the top 10 Canes. Dr. Roto in a couple hours to answer all your fantasy questions, and JP Shadrick to answer the question in Jacksonville. What the heck is going on with the Jags? I want to see JP deflect that. Okay, Yeah, I want to see him use his wit to turn that back on me and be sarcastic back on me. Have more snark back at me than I have at him. Good luck with that, JP.
Yeah, our snark can get high with him right now. He does hold all the cards. He can say, I'm not coming on the show anymore.
That's true, because, man, are we paying him a lot of money?
Big bucks.
Big bucks. I mean, kind of, less than what Adrian Wojnarowski's getting at St. Bonaventure. Well, Mark, you know me. All right. Baseball pennant races and a Hall of Fame list came out yesterday. I mean, I was just rolling around on the floor. I was so giddy last night.
Yes. Yeah. Like a dog in fresh cut grass, just on your back there rolling around. I get it.
I was. Now, if I could just find somebody to rub my belly, I'd be great. Mm-hmm.
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's a big belly too. It's not hard to miss.
Could you imagine if humans rubbed other humans' bellies the way we rub dogs? You walk into someone's house and the wife's just sitting there rubbing her husband's stomach. Hey guys, how you doing? Just give him a little rub.
Well, I mean, when we're on the couch watching TV, I ask all the time. It's just, I say to her, I go, we used to have a bulldog named Rufus. I just want you to touch me the way you touched Rufus. She just looks at me. I go, I don't know. I think it's a fair point. Sorry to throw you for a loop that early in the show.
I've got nothing to that. Can we talk about a Hall of Fame list, please?
Oh, what a transition to Eli Manning.
Bulldogs on the couch or Hall of Fame list?
Would you vote Eli? Yes or no? Is he a Hall of Famer? Just yes or no? We know he's going to get in. Just to you, was he a Hall of Fame quarterback?
No.
Okay. And that's fair. That's fair.
He's going to get in.
Yeah, absolutely. We know he's getting in. That's done.
He's a postseason Hall of Famer, David.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Like, I don't think there's been 5 quarterbacks play better in January and February than Eli Manning. And that's not an exaggeration. I'd make that argument with anybody. Okay. I'd say to Mr. Montana, no. You're one of them. Okay. You are. Okay. I'd look at Mr. Mahomes and go, you're right there. You are. But,
you have to bring up the case of Jim Plunkett when you talk about Eli Manning to me.
Okay. And that's fair. Jim won 2 Super Bowls, not in the Hall of Fame. I think he's the only quarterback to win 2 and not be in the Hall of Fame. Jim was Rookie of the Year with the Patriots. Then his career fell on hard times. He was the 3rd string quarterback for a season in Oakland. Then he was the 2nd string quarterback, and the starter got hurt, and Plunkett came in. And next thing you know, Raiders are going to win a Super Bowl, and Jim's having a nice 4-year run. Okay, little Kurt Warner in Jim Plunkett, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
And that's why when Warner got in with only the 1 victory, 3 Super Bowl appearances, and with 2 different teams, which is, very noteworthy. But when Warner got in, there were a lot of people going, did you forget Jim Plunkett? So Eli's got the 2 rings, the 2 magnificent postseason runs. He also had very good postseason appearances most of the time, not every time. He had 2 bad playoff games in his career. He did. But most every playoff game that he played, and he played in like 14 or 15, he was really good. Yet in the regular season, he was a 500 quarterback.
If he had a different if his name was Phillip Rivers,
I think he'd be in. He's got 2 big things going for him. Played in New York. All right. And that helps. And took down the 18-0 Patriots.
But you can't deny the 3rd big thing he has going for him is his last name.
Oh, there's no doubt. Yeah, that helps. Okay. Whereas it was a burden for a good chunk of his life, in college, he was really good. Wasn't Peyton. Okay. But he was really good. In the pros, good quarterback. Hey, he's a very good quarterback. I mean, he's not Peyton. But, so it was a burden most of his career. Peyton even won the Super Bowl before Eli did. Eli got number 2, though, before Peyton did. But
so it's just one of those that on initial thought, to me, it's really close. I know he's getting in. I don't think of him as a Hall of Famer.
And that's fair. That is fair. I'm convinced, and, I'm a fan of this team. I've seen a lot of their games in the last 45 years. I think Phil Simms was a better regular season quarterback than Eli. Eli's a first ballot, oh my goodness, Hall of Fame quarterback in January, February. But during the regular season, I would actually argue he's the second best quarterback in Giants history, or third behind Y.A. Tittle. But of the last 60 years, I'm telling you, Phil Simms was every bit as good as Eli during the regular season, if not better.
What administration did Y.A. Tittle play in?
That would be the Eisenhower and the Kennedy and the Johnson.
Thank you for that.
No problem. Thank you, Mark, for asking. But Luke Kuechly, gut feeling, Hall of Famer. Remember, he retired early because of concussions and injuries. Terrell Suggs.
I don't think so. Suggs, I think so.
Okay. Do you have a kicker bias, or is this guy just a no doubt about it, Adam Vinatieri?
He's getting in.
Also, there's a very impressive list of guys who were kept at bay last year. Antonio Gates. I mean, that's a Hall of Famer.
Yes, it is. I was more impressed with this list than I was the first ballot guys when I went through it, as the guys that didn't get in last year.
I mean, Torrey Holt and Reggie Wayne at wide receiver.
Right.
Obviously, a big push where I live to get Fred Taylor into the Hall of Fame.
Is he a Hall of Famer in your eyes?
He was a Hall of Fame player who played in Jacksonville. All right. And so most people, A, either didn't see him, or B, well, I mean, what did he win? Did they ever go to a Super Bowl? I mean, he's got to live up. And, to me, what is a really good thing for Fred Taylor, even though I think he was a smidge not as good as the player I'm about to bring up, but Edgerrin James getting in the Hall of Fame is really good for Fred Taylor. Because, first off, Edge was great, especially before he blew out his knee. But, Edge didn't win a ring. Got Arizona to the game, okay, and was tremendous with the Colts. But the Colts won the first ring the year after Edge. But Fred Taylor, I think, just a smidge below Edgerrin James. But Edgerrin James getting in, I think, is really good for Fred Taylor's chances one day.
Fred's going to need that guy in the room to deliver an amazing speech.
Yep. Everybody gets a 5-minute presentation. They get one person to do it. But he was a finalist last year, I think, for the first time. So, there you have it. So, yeah, Mark, I was that dog on the front lawn, rolling around in the grass, lying on my back, all fours up in the air. Ooh, the Hall of Fame list is out. Ooh, the Hall of Fame list is out. That's just how you're.
I just want to be able to scratch those things one day again. The starting 5 is next.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
It really was. Well, in DC, 7 includes the coaches and the contributors, and it's only 3 to 5. You know, so
In ambient, my answer would be no. Are they Ring of Honor guys for the Broncos?
I think Demarius is, but not a Hall of Famer. I don't think either will get in. No. E.B. Hill, unless tuna mac is a direct link to cancer, all right, or something else fatal, then no, you can have tuna mac for breakfast. Haven't had tuna mac in a while. Of course, I have to be home to have tuna mac. And that's a problem for about 4 months, 5. Parts of 2 others. So how's everybody doing? How's your week going? Anybody quitting their job? Leaving millions on the table? Gonna go help out their alma mater? Anybody? Ambient, is there something Colorado you don't like? I think it's a fair question. Although I like this speech too.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Broadcasting from the Floormeisters studios next to the Costco in North Naples. Floormeisters keeping it real. Miller and Moulton on this Thursday. Hope your week is going well, and thanks for spending part of it with us. Roy Cummings in an hour. Alex Golesh, the head football coach at South Florida. They got the Canes. They're hosting them Saturday night. Good job of scheduling by South Florida. Getting Bama at home last year, Miami at home this year. Good job by them.
When this is an ACC matchup, it'll be a hell of a game.
Dr. Roto in a couple hours to answer all your fantasy questions. JP Shadrick to talk about the Jags. How much of this are we blaming on the coach, the quarterback, the ball boys, the equipment manager? I mean, come on, who's to blame? What's going on out there? As Vince Lombardi famously said once. At least that was caught on NFL films. 21 minutes before the hour. Time for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
We'll start with the NFL. You guys seem to like it. Jordan Love returned to practice yesterday for the Packers. They say he may play Sunday. I don't know. Based on how he practiced, he was limited, heavy brace on his left leg. We'll see about that. Sunday will be 16 days after the knee injury. And the injury was best case scenario 3 weeks, worst case scenario 6 weeks. We'll see. Green Bay's got the Titans, so it's a chance for Malik Willis to stick it to the team that traded him if, in fact, he gets to start. No IR for Cooper Kupp, but he's going to be out a while anyway with the ankle injury. Hall of Fame class of 2025 has 167 candidates. The newcomers include Eli Manning, Luke Kuechly, Terrell Suggs, Adam Vinatieri. The finalists from last year include Antonio Gates, Torrey Holt, Reggie Wayne, and Fred Taylor. Marshawn Lynch, also a first-time Hall of Fame candidate. Do you think of Skittles there as a Hall of Famer?
Hall really good.
Yeah. I don't think of him as a Hall of Famer.
I don't either.
But you could see where the Seahawks would honor
Ring of
him,
Honor,
right?
Yeah.
We've got Thursday night football tonight because it's Thursday night. Patriots and Jets, first home game of the year for the Jets, who are 6-point favorites in this division matchup. Over-unders 38.5. So Vegas is basically saying 22-16 Jets. I'm taking the points tonight. I'd love it if I could get another half. Would love it if I could get it to 6.5. But I'm taking the points, Mark. First off, all right, road teams did great last week. Dogs did great last week. And the Patriots have played, well, they outplayed Seattle for a good chunk of that game. Should have had them. Should have put them away. Should have, could have, didn't. But, Patriots have played 2 close games. I like the points in the division matchup. Jets are really banged up. C.J. Mosley's likely not going to play. 2 of their top 3 corners are out. They have no edge rushers. All right, they're not good at defending the run, and the Patriots can run the ball. I actually think New England stays in this one throughout. I'd be surprised if Aaron Rodgers whacks them, to be honest. I mean, it's the NFL. It could happen, but.
Well, and I'm with you just because, in theory, all the problems for the Jets, no edge rushers, no corners, shouldn't bother you against Patriots because, well, they can't throw the football.
Right.
But
That's
the
true.
Jets also can't stop the run.
And the Patriots
can run it a little bit.
Right. Major League Baseball. If you're not paying attention, hey, week and a half left in the regular season. Now would be a good time, right? For what it's worth, we're going to start with the A's beating the Cubs 5-3. Why? Because when that game happened in the afternoon and the Cubs lost, it clinched the division for the Brewers. They're the first team to clinch a division. It's their 3rd division title in the last 4 years. I will say that's maybe about the only thing I got right in my preseason baseball predictions. I did like the Brewers to win the Central.
I think we both did, David. I think we both had the Brewers.
I think we both did too. All right. Speaking of the Brewers, they scored in the 9th to beat the Phillies 2-1. They're the 3rd seed right now. They're 2 games behind the Dodgers, 3 behind the Phillies in terms of seeding of teams in the National League. Phillies' magic number to clinch the East remains at 4 because the Mets and Braves both won. Mets swept the Nats 10-0. They scored 9 in the 4th, their biggest inning of the year. Braves, meanwhile, took it to the Reds 7-1. They're 2 back of the Mets with 10 to play. Chris Sale on the bump today for the Braves. Braves, after getting done in Cincinnati, head to Miami. Marlins were doubled up by the Dodgers 8-4. Ohtani with his 49th steal. 48 homers, 49 steals for Ohtani, who, by the way, is throwing the ball. And Dave Roberts, the Dodgers manager, said he may be able to pitch an inning or so at a time in the postseason. Stay tuned. Think about that. You can add a quality arm like that without having to put somebody else on the roster. Dodgers win. San Diego and Arizona keep pace. Padres beat the Astros 4-0. San Diego's 3.5 behind LA. Astros lead remains 5. We'll get to that in a minute in the West. Arizona's 6 back. They're tied with the Mets. Technically, they're the 6th seed because the Mets have the tiebreaker on Arizona. So it's Arizona right now holding off Atlanta technically in the National League playoff race. So the Twins scored 2 in the 10th to take a 4-2 lead on the Guardians, only for Cleveland to score 3 times and hand Minnesota a crushing 5-4 10-inning loss. Minnesota's lead over the Tigers, which was 140 3 weeks ago, is down to a half a game. Detroit went into Kansas City and swept the Royals. 4-2 the final. Tigers have won 4 in a row. They're a half game behind the Twins. It's in the loss column, okay, and Minnesota owns the tiebreaker. So even though the standings say the Tigers are a half game behind, in reality, they're a game and a half behind. But this now is doable. When a week ago, you had to be a Tigers homer to make the case that this was doable. Like, put it this way, Mark Miller, Tigers fan. Tigers aren't playing tonight, but if they were, 2 TVs, right? Thursday Night Football and the Tigers?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. You're in now, aren't you?
I'm probably watching Twins Guardians today at 1:00.
Yankees beat the Mariners 2-1 in 10. Rizzo drove in both runs for the Yankees. All right. That's a nice bat if he comes around for the bottom part of their order.
Their bats are starting to come around in New York. Guys are starting to hit the ball that are not named Soto and Judge.
Yeah, if they could get Volpe, the shortstop, to not be an automatic out, that would really help. He's been lousy for a couple of months. So the Yanks are up 2-1 in the 10th. Mariners have runners on the corners with nobody out. Arozarena at the plate strikes out, loses control of his bat. The bat goes flying towards Rodriguez, the base runner at third base. Rodriguez jumps out of the way into foul territory to avoid the bat. Yankees see him so far off the base, catcher throws the ball to third, Chisholm tags him out. Base runner goes, wait a minute, well, the bat was coming at me. Umpire's like, I don't know what to tell you. The ball's in play. Strangest thing, fluke situation. Mariners lost. Mariners 5 behind Houston and 3 behind Minnesota for the final playoff spot. Yankees win. Orioles lose again. 5-3 to the Giants. They've lost 3 in a row. And right now, should we even talk about them challenging the Yankees? I mean,
no.
They still have 3 in the Bronx, so technically, I guess. But right now, they're only 2 ahead of Kansas City for the 4 seed. By the way, the Orioles released Craig Kimbrell yesterday, who literally has thrown batting practice since the middle of July. They tried to keep him around. They even said, we can't even hold a roster spot for you. You're so bad. His last outing, he gave up 6 runs in 2/3 of an inning. So Craig Kimbrell released. For what it's worth, Cards double up the Pirates 10-5. They're tied with the Cubs for second in the Central. Texas 2-0 over Toronto. Red Sox beat the Rays 2-1. Boston's back to 500. And the White Sox lost in 13 to the Angels 4-3. They are 81 games below 500 at 36-117. Yankees, by the way, did clinch a playoff spot. So
on that play again, that goofy base running play clinched the Yanks a playoff spot.
NBA, 2 bits of news. Most people consider the biggest news the fact that Adrian Wojnarowski retired at the age of 55. Got out of the business. He's going to be the general manager of the St. Bonaventure men's basketball team. He's living in an apartment above like the big hangout in Olean, New York. It's actually a neat little college town. But, imagine that. He's made enough money. He's done the grind for 35 years. He's like, yeah, I'm done. Oh, good for him. Left $20 million on the table, by the way. Now he doesn't have to worry about clutch sports and what any of them think anymore and whether or not anybody calls him back. Philadelphia Mayor Sherelle Parker announced she has made a deal with the owner of the Sixers. Now, she hasn't worked city council or the neighborhood in Chinatown section of Philly in on the deal. She said, trust me, you're going to like it. They're like, really? Because we've been against everything they've been talking about for the last 6 years. But she said, I got a deal. I'll unveil it here shortly. And you guys can vote on it. And they're like, oh, don't worry. We will. The Sixers were just given a big proposal from Camden, New Jersey, which is across the 2 bridges. Okay. And it's where the Sixers have their practice facility. So anyway, the Sixers want a $1.3 billion downtown arena. All right. So we'll see if this passes. NHL, Lightning named Victor Hedman their newest captain. See, they didn't have to worry about that when they had Steven Stamkos. But they decided to let him go to Nashville. So now they had to get a new guy to wear the C. Hey, can you still show those Hedman Stamkos commercials?
No.
Yeah, I know. It's a bummer. They were cute. WNBA regular season ends tonight. Everybody's playing. There's 2 bits of drama. The 3 seed is up for grabs. Connecticut with a 1-game lead on Las Vegas. The reason that's relevant is Indiana's the 6 seed. Caitlin Clark and the Fever. So whoever's the 3 seed is going to play Indiana. So, it could be Connecticut, very good team. Could be the 2-time defending champs, Las Vegas, very good team, got some star power. All right, that'll be the first round. They play best of 3. in the first round of the WNBA. The other thing that has to be decided is it's a three-way battle for the final playoff spot. Who's going to get eliminated by the New York Liberty? It's Atlanta, Washington, or Chicago battling for that playoff spot. So there you have it. And at 9 minutes before the hour, that was Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton.
Good timing. Right as the music was ending. That was perfect, David. Like
All
you knew.
right. All right.
Text lines open at 21,000. We'll start taking your questions for Dr. Roto in about, I don't know, an hour or so.
Yeah, we don't do it before the 8 o'clock Eastern hour. It's too difficult for us to go back through all the texts and the comments in the Twitch chat room and find your question. That's why we try to consolidate it. It's all about making it easier on us, folks. Okay, not you this time. We do the show for you. Okay, we take the fantasy questions for us.
We're here to serve you, just in a fashion that serves us.
From time to time, yes. Right.
With that segment.
Dr. Roto is here for you. Just how we go about it is all about us.
Think of us kind of like a Walgreens. You're going to wait in line for a while. And whether or not we give good service is up to us.
I'd like to think more times than not we do.
I think we're better than a Walgreens.
Wow, what got into you? Were you waiting yesterday?
I've dumped them a long time ago.
Really?
Yeah, terrible.
Huh.
Now I do all my pharmacy stuff at Publix. Much friendlier. They're nicer. Might even be a little bit more expensive, but you know what? I don't care.
Didn't realize friendlier and nicer was so important to you.
Well, you know me a little bit. Friendly and nice is a big deal.
Right. Always has been. About the two of us. Miller and Moulton, what do you think of? Man, are they friendly? They're so nice. Right. As opposed to snarky and sarcastic.
I deal with a lady in Colorado for our computer, and I think she believes that I'm really nice because I give good phone. Because I have to. I need her.
Right.
Very friendly, very chipper when I talk to her.
Otherwise,
she has no idea.
Right. She doesn't live in your neighborhood. I mean, then she'd really know. Miller and Moulton.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. we promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Three ambient? I saw two, Portland and Toronto. Who's the third? Oh, that's right. Irish football. I'm at USC at Michigan. USC at Michigan.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Thursday. We're over the hump. We can see the finish line from here, or at least we can feel it. We've got Thursday night football tonight. Patriots at Jets, a division clash, first home game of the year for the Jets, who are playing in primetime seemingly the whole season, especially at home. My goodness. I mean, if you're a Jet season ticket holder, you've got like 2 1:00 Sunday games. It's remarkable that they really think that Aaron Rodgers thing. We're still interested in this because it's not like the Jets are a national team. I mean, I know they got people who work nationally who grew up Jets fans like Mike Greenberg, but I mean, the Jets are not a national team unless they have Joe Namath at quarterback or Bill Parcells as head coach. I mean, they're just not. But, whew. So are we still into this Aaron Rodgers story?
I guess people are, but when it comes to quarterbacks I want to watch,
right,
on a Sunday, where would Aaron Rodgers rank? Would he be, I would think he'd be somewhere 6 to 10. I don't know if he'd be a top 5 guy that I'd be fired up to watch every Sunday.
That was about 3 years ago, is what you're saying? The last time you felt that way about Aaron?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the story's fascinating that he's coming back from the Achilles at his age, and to see if he can overcome a very difficult injury at the age that he is, that fascinates me to see what he can do. But when he last played, he was a quarterback that looked like he was declining.
His last year in Green Bay was an off year for him. No doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. Mm-hmm. In fact, he didn't have a 300-yard passing game. He has not had a 300-yard passing game since November of 2021.
Have we had one of those yet this year?
I think so. Really? You mean you think? I mean, come on, Carr. I know you're joking because there's so many field goals and not touchdowns, but I mean, man, it seems like Carr and the Saints have that at halftime. But my goodness. I said something during a commercial break. I think it was right before our show. Maybe it was early in our show, in which I talked about my travels this week and next week. I'm going to be in Cincinnati Sunday, early in the day, because it's a short flight from Detroit, and I like to travel early in the morning. Usually less things happen early in the morning. The plane's there the night before. I like to be on one of the first planes out. This way I know I get there. I'll fill the time. And so I made the comment that, hey, Paul Skeens is pitching for the Pirates Sunday in Cincinnati against the Reds. Last home game of the year for the Reds. I think I'm going to go to it. And someone in the Twitch chat room said, you'd really watch a baseball game over a football game? And I'm like, well, first off, I'm in Cincinnati for a football game. I'll see it the next night. But secondly, in person? Yeah. And, others chimed in, and the implication is that, man, there's nothing that, a random baseball game?
Right. You're talking about a Reds-Pirates game.
I understand, but
I'm just saying neither team making the playoffs, neither team 500, but you are going to see a phenom.
Yeah, a guy he's going to finish second in the National League Rookie of the Year, and he's the next young stud starting pitcher that apparently we're going to have. Yeah, I want to see him. And then I also mentioned that next week there's a chance I'll be in Detroit, and the Tigers are home that weekend. And even though they're playing the White Sox, A, it might be a really big game for the Tigers to play their way into the playoffs, and B, history, I could see the worst team in the history of baseball.
I hope for your sake that the Tigers are still in it for that game, because the Detroit sports fan and the Tiger fan has been yearning for this for a long time. It would be a terrific atmosphere if they are still in the hunt come next weekend when the White Sox come to town.
Well, especially since the Lions are not playing, obviously. I'm in town for Monday Night Football. They're playing the next night. But it just got me thinking, like tonight, for example, Mets-Phillies is the national baseball game of the night on Fox. And the Phillies are trying to clinch the East, and the Mets are trying to make the playoffs. I mean, it's a baseball game of significance. Now, I get it that most of the country doesn't give a darn about the Phillies and the Mets. Well, how much of the country gives a darn about the Patriots and the Jets? And I could argue there's more star power in the Mets-Phillies game, to be brutally honest, than there is in the Patriots-Jets game. I mean, take the quarterback off the field for the Jets and tell me who, you're like, ooh, I got to watch this guy play. Not to say there aren't good players on both teams, but you know what I mean. Meanwhile, there's like, 3 guys in the Phillies and a couple guys in the Mets, especially if Lindor plays. But it just got me thinking, we will watch a basketball game. And I know a lot of people are down on the NBA. I get it. But we will watch an NBA game, even if it's not our team. If that's what's on, and it's the marquee game of the night and what have you. Because of the star power, usually there's a star on each team that's, put them on. Now, Mark, obviously not nearly as many people watch hockey, but we've been advocating for a long time, and the networks, I think, are finally adopting the Miller and Moulton method of programming, in which it's like, listen, when you have a star player, put that damn team on television.
Right. Connor McDavid, Nathan McKinnon. We want to see these guys as much as is humanly possible.
Yes, please. Please.
And fortunately for the networks that carry hockey, if Connor Bedard can turn out to be that player, he's in Chicago. That helps.
Yes, absolutely. Because with Chicago comes ratings. But it's interesting how far baseball has fallen, Mark, that I think there will be very little thought given by the sports fan tonight of watching the Phillies and the Mets. 2 playoff teams at this point in time. Mets actually have the best record in baseball since May 30th. The Phillies have been, deep into the playoffs the last 2 years, and they've got Bryce Harper, who's recognizable. In baseball, he's a star. Don't know if he meets that criteria for most of you because you don't care about baseball. But I just find it funny how regional, how local baseball has become. Mark, that we would watch the Denver, Minnesota second round NBA playoff series for Jokic and Anthony Edwards. Okay. But we won't watch Mets Phillies anymore. We'll watch, Connor McDavid play for the Edmonton Oilers. And we won't watch Bryce Harper play for the Phillies.
You are onto something. But as we've pointed out, inside their own markets, they're the most watched show on television.
Absolutely. It's a big deal. Right. But it's amazing. And it's why when Miller and Moulton come up with their crazy idea of the day, because we seem to have at least one, certainly 5 a week. Sometimes we may have 3 of them in one show. We'll try to balance it out going forward. But one of the crazy ideas is to do something to make baseball back to being of more mass appeal. Because there's a good chance tonight's football game is not going to be aesthetically pleasing. I mean, it's tough to have a very entertaining Patriots game. And it's not like the Jets are must-see TV either.
I think half the people are watching the Jets rooting against them right now. I think there's a lot of anti-Aaron Rodgers sentiment out there. And I don't think it's vocal because he's coming back from an injury and no one wants to see a guy get hurt. But I think Aaron's a polarizing guy. And I think there's just as many that don't like him as that do like him.
And the other thing that's, for me, fascinating as someone who is a sports fan, not just a football fan, is, and I'm not a fantasy guy, you guys all know that. But to me, my first experience as a fan to the fantasy part of sports was baseball. I remember baseball fantasy before I remember being drug in and, you want to play football fantasy. What? Well, I'm already in this home run league. I'm already in this 13-run league. I was in baseball fantasy leagues in my 20s, into my 30s, before I was like, wait, you guys play fantasy football? How do you do this?
Yeah, see, and I remember the first person that I ever remember, guy that I lived near in Atlanta, played fantasy football, and everything came on a fax machine, and it was just points. And I remember seeing that for the first time going, this is the greatest thing ever. Whereas baseball, I never felt that way because it was every day. It's tedious.
Okay.
Football was, basically Sundays. You set a lineup and you watch games, and now I can root for different players.
So, here it is. It's the stretch of the baseball season. They got 2 of the 5 biggest markets in the country. The teams are good. They're rivals. They're playing each other. And I think 90+% of the sports fans in America are either A, completely unaware that the Mets and Phillies are on Fox tonight, and B, even if they were aware, are they even going to give it a thought? Would they even switch over during commercials?
Well, and this is where, as you know, and I know you're just saying switch during commercials to make a point. This is where they lock you in. You're on Amazon Prime. It's
right
a bit of a to-do
Yep.
to get from Amazon Prime to
Yep, that's true.
your YouTube TV or your cable or your satellite or whatever you're getting your television from. I mean, they have, it's the one thing streaming has done, David. It locks you in to that network for the duration, seemingly.
I would think it'd also be pretty good for the advertiser, because the advertiser knows, people ain't leaving us. It's too difficult to come back. They're sticking with us. They may mute the audio, but they're going to stay this ad.
And a really captive audience that doesn't leave. That seems like it might be good to the advertiser.
Right. I don't know if we're that appealing to the advertiser, a sometimes captive audience. Huh? And with that in mind, we thank American Paint Supplies for being the sponsor of a hotline. And we've got like 12 to 15 guests a week, so they hear their name a lot. They're your one-stop shop for all your coating needs, American Paint Supplies.
Gene's going to be happy every time he hears his name on the radio. He gets excited.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, he likes it.
Heck, if I had known that. I mean, Gene, we could rename the show. You throw a couple more shekels into the equation. The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and CoreTech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
This is Miller and Moulton.
We need a poll question. Do we want to do New England plus 6, Jets minus 6?
For a poll question?
Yeah, I mean,
Ambient, keep the political comments out of the Twitch chat room. Come on. You guys, come on. That's not the forum for this. We've worked very hard to not make that part of our show. Very hard. Do you root for or against Aaron Rodgers?
okay. All right. I'll go with that.
And do you want to put a choice 3 of, I root for him, I root against him, couldn't care less.
Sure.
Did you see McAfee asked Orlovsky if ESPN made him take the...
Mm-hmm. Is he back on McAfee's show, Realtor Clark Rogers? See, I'm traveling during that show every Tuesday, in all likelihood. So he's back on it? Okay. And I know he's got Belichick. I know he's got Saban. He's got like one big guy a day. Belichick on Mondays. Saban, I think, is Thursday, maybe Friday, but
This is kind of a ho-hum. I mean, there's a couple of good college games.
yeah, I got like 7 conference matchups written down. Chuck Pagano? I like the McAfee show because he's genuine. I think he's genuine.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Show really heats up in about 15 minutes because our star-studded guest list begins with Roy Cummings to talk about the Bucs. Alex Golesh, he and the South Florida Bulls taking on the Hurricanes Saturday night. Let's see what they got for them. They took Bama into the fourth quarter 2 years in a row. Take their shot against the top 10 ranked Canes. Dr. Roto in a little more than an hour to answer your fantasy questions. JP Shadrick to begin the bonus hour to talk about what in the world is going on in Jacksonville. Hey, we don't have a poll question.
Well, why don't we do something about Aaron Rodgers?
What do you mean by do something about Aaron
A
Rodgers?
question about Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, okay. Didn't know if you want to take him out or just interview him. I mean, I didn't know what you meant there.
Well, I figure if we do a poll question about him, it increases our chances of interviewing him.
I mean, we had the guy on that wrote the Aaron Rodgers book. He was terrific, by the way.
He was.
A week and a half ago.
How about very simply, do you root for or against Aaron Rodgers?
So you know what? Maybe this is a flaw in me. This is a me problem. I will acknowledge that. There aren't a lot of polarizing people to me. I don't know. Instead of polarizing, I use the word interesting. You know, even if they're peculiar, I don't know. I still put them under the interesting umbrella. See, I like people that think differently than I do. I find that interesting. It's why I was thrilled to be around you the first few years we were in the same market together. You worked for the professional hockey team and I was a local TV radio sportscaster. And we disagreed on 70+% of everything we talked about. I found you interesting as heck.
Not polarizing?
No, I knew you were polarizing, but I knew I was polarizing. So, I guess I just kind of, I don't think that's, such a negative thing. Otherwise, my self-esteem would be even worse than it is. So I found that terrific about you. It's one of the reasons I was attracted to you. We could sit down, talk, and I'd hear a different point of view than mine. And I was really opinionated. So I'm like, oh, this is great. This is engaging. So I find him interesting. Don't get me wrong. There's a few things in which I'm like, whoo-hoo, but I find him interesting.
I find him interesting as well. But I think he's polarizing to a lot of people. I think the fact that he's, disowned his family.
Now that is most interesting. That.
I mean, that's, that he can basically, as the writer that was on, if you get in the bad side of Aaron Rodgers.
The island, he called it.
But yeah,
he called it. You get on the island. That's it. There's only one person. He said he interviewed 500 people. I've only known one guy to get off the island. And you and I, our opinion of Aaron Rodgers went up when we heard that. We said, oh, I can relate to that.
So do you root for him or against him? And I also put couldn't care. I've got, do you root for or against Aaron Rodgers? I root for him. I root against him. Couldn't care less. Because I think there are a lot of people that just don't care one way or another about Aaron Rodgers.
Plus also, I'm nearly 60. I mean, now he's the old guy. Isn't he the oldest player in the league? Or is the oldest position player in the league? But I mean, I think he's got a distinction now. Since Brady retired, I think Rodgers is it. Trying to think if there's a kicker that's older than Aaron Rodgers. Because when he threw the game-winning touchdown last week, wasn't it oldest person in the league to the youngest person in the league? Because the running back's 20. He's like one of the youngest people that's ever been in the league. So it was kind of a neat little touchdown connection there to win the game for the Jets.
And, we could have gone with a cheeseburger question, but I didn't, David. That was probably for yesterday.
It probably was, although, my feeling about cheeseburgers, you could every day. It's a question, eat them. It's all, we could have one a week. What do you put on your cheeseburger? All different things you can put on it. Ketchup. Do you put pickles? Just please.
Well, don't even get David started with a patty melt, because then it'll all go right out the window.
Really will fall apart. So 21,000 text line, keyword Miller, if you haven't done so in the last 2 months. If you have not typed in a keyword to 21,000, you need to. All your texts are going to Michigan. So 21,000 keyword Miller, do it one time. We get all your texts. And twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. You could watch the show and, see how beautiful the Floormeister studios are. One in Estero, Fort Myers, one in Jacksonville.
I'll tell you what, The Floormeisters would be embarrassed about the floors in here. They're dirty. They're old. The carpet probably needs to be replaced. They could do a whole.
TJ wants to tear that room up. He does. And since it's not our room, we'll let them. I mean, absolutely. What are they going to do to us? They've already fired both of us.
I've worked hard enough to try to mend some fences around here. I'm not ripping up any carpet.
And that's really nice of you. That's good of you. It's probably best why I'm out of town. Hey, this to me, when the Tim Brandos of the world start talking about, what college football needs, it needs a commissioner.
Yes, it does.
This to me is the biggest thing that a quote commissioner could do. It's the schedule. It would be like, guys, we got to balance out the schedule a little better. All right. We got to make sure the big noon game on Fox cannot be. I mean, who is Ohio State playing?
Marshall.
Yeah. The big noon game on Fox can't be Marshall at Ohio State unless Marshall has Chad Pennington and Randy Moss. Then that can be the game. But
it's weird. There's not a lot of noon games, period, this week.
Right. Which once again,
the ABC game is NC State and Clemson.
Mm-hmm.
The ESPN game at noon is Florida and Mississippi State.
Woo. By the way, I know Strickland doesn't want to fire Napier because once he does, he has to hand in his resignation. But, Ron Zook got fired walking off the field in Starkville after losing to Mississippi State in 2004. I mean, you got to fire Napier. This apparently is the worst non-Vanderbilt SEC team of the last 20 years, this year's Mississippi State team. That's how bad apparently this team is. I mean, think about it. Florida's the 6-point favorite on the road. And we think half the Florida teams quit on its coach. And they're a 6-point favorite. That's how bad Mississippi State is. If Florida loses to this Bulldogs team, Mark, I do think you got to fire him before he gets to the postgame presser.
David, I agree wholeheartedly. You're obviously bad and you're offensively challenged and you're a favorite by nearly a touchdown. Or by a touchdown.
Against
on the road.
Against the worst non-Vanderbilt team in the SEC, people think, in the last 20 years.
Think about that. You lose that game.
Right. You're Florida. Florida. I know your self-esteem's a little low right now, but come on. You're Florida. So, remember, they're heading to a bye week. If you could just get out of there with a W, he can make it to October, Mark. Maybe. I don't know. They want to show up at his house and fire him. They want to say, trick or treat, you're fired.
Yes, they do.
Oh, yeah. Yep. And Gator fans are feeling desperate. I was on a Gainesville show last night, and they're like, they feel if they don't get Lane Kiffin, who in the world are we going to get? They're like, who wants our job? This is Florida fan now. One of the most arrogant fan bases in the country. That's how down they are right now. They're wondering if Lane doesn't take the job, who wants our job?
And the Bet Online list is scary to the Florida Gator fan because they're looking at it going, I don't want any of those guys.
I know they wouldn't do it, but I'll tell you what. The guy we got coming on in 30 minutes, I'd hire him. Roy Cummings is next.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Backsburg, I did not see that. But listen, hockey guys, hockey executives, I mean, they are not going to appreciate the non-mainstream coverage of their sport. Paul, he won at FAU. How many people have won at FAU? He's winning big at Ole Miss. In the last 60 years, how many times have they won 10 or more games?
You know, I talked to a buddy of mine who's dialed into Ole Miss pretty well. His ex-father-in-law was a huge Ole Miss booster.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, would Lane take the Florida job? And he's like, I don't think so. And he goes, I don't think people have any idea of just how much booster money there is in Oxford, Mississippi.
Oh, no, it's set up. Trust me, you go to the tailgate, you'll know how much money is in Oxford, Mississippi. That's old money, too.
Right.
Yeah, that's
old
generational Southern wealth. Yep.
And he's just like, I think it's a lateral move, and I don't think he'd do it. And I know Florida fan doesn't want to hear a lateral moves Ole Miss to Florida, but that was his explanation. And he's, like I said, he's dialed into the Ole Miss world as well as anybody I know.
Oxford's a neat little place. I mean, you know, Gainesville's not the greatest city in the world. If you're going to live in a college town, you know. Plus, he's got Ole Miss established, and he's in his early 50s now. I think he's in his early 50s. Maybe he's still late 40s, but I think he's early 50s now. And if you're Lane, you know, Florida's hard work for years. He's done a lot of the hard work at Ole Miss. Halloween game in the NFL this year. I'm trying to think. I think Halloween's like midweek. I think it's Thursday, so I think we do. Hey, Roy.
Hey, guys. How we doing?
Good. How are you?
How are you?
All good. All good. Baseball wildcard playoffs are wild.
See? Couple of old guys here talking about baseball playoffs. Roy, you're talking to a Tigers fan over there in the top left corner.
It's me too.
You can't. You're a Cubs fan.
Born and raised, but when I first came to Florida, I don't know, I've never told you guys this. I worked for the Tigers organization.
Oh, out of Lakeland?
I did not know that.
Yes, in Lakeland.
Okay.
Yes. And it was a very strange situation. I don't know if I have time to explain it all here. my brother and I have a twin brother. We were both baseball players. We were in our teens. We were 14 years old at the time. We got jobs as bat boys and clubhouse attendants. But because we played the game and we could handle ourselves on the field, we were put in a position where we were given an opportunity to basically work with players who were being rehabbed. So we worked with major leaguers, minor leaguers, mostly minor leaguers, but this is back in the and so like I guess my greatest moment was I took Mark Fidrich deep. He wanted to work on his curveball when he was an A-ball.
Wow.
And it was before batting practice. They needed someone to go in there and hit, so I went in there and hit it off the wall at Merchant Stadium.
That's awesome.
Worked with the guy we worked with the most was Phil Mankowski, third baseman who could not quite overcome Aurelio Rodriguez. Worked with him for a good long time. And my brother was a middle infielder, and I was a first baseman and outfielder. And I sat next to Jim Leland for an entire season. And it was incredible 2 seasons, incredible what we learned from that man.
Wow. Here we go.
Just an amazing experience.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour, Alex Golesh, the South Florida football coach, will join us at the top of the hour. The Bulls getting ready to host the Canes Saturday night, national television, take their shot for a top 10 win. Dr. Roto to answer your fantasy questions 1 hour from now. JP Shadrick to get the bonus hour underway at 9 o'clock Eastern. Roy Cummings is kind enough to join us once again. He covers the Bucs. Follow him on X, R Cummings FHCN, R Cummings FHCN. We'll get to a great road win for the Bucs in a moment. But for those that watch us on Twitch, you get to hear our conversations during the commercial break. You were a bat boy in the Tigers organization, and you said you sat next to Jim Leland for 2 seasons?
That is correct. I sat next to Jim Leland. Well, he was 1 year in Lakeland, and I sat next to him for a full season. Watched every move he made, and worked with players. My brother and I, twin brothers. We were older. We could handle ourselves on the field, and we were given a little bit more responsibility than just being bat boys and clubhouse attendants. We actually worked with the players a little bit, and it was an incredible experience.
Now, of course, the joke is, did he teach you smoking, vocabulary, or was it baseball?
No, I knew better than that, and it was all about baseball. And let me tell you that, I knew back then that this guy was going to get there eventually. He had Sparky Anderson in his way into the Detroit organization, so he had to kind of, work his way around to get to Detroit, but he finally got there eventually, and I worked with that entire 84 team. Tigers fans now hear Dan Petrie and Kirk Gibson. When Kirk Gibson came to Lakeland, we were there, and worked with Lance Parrish. Those guys were longtime friends, all those guys.
Wow, I'm jealous. As a kid who idolized that team, I'm in awe right now of hearing you tell these stories about.
Well, I was with them when they came up, and actually took batting practice off of Mark Fidrich one time. So.
And how'd you do?
I did okay. I took him deep. Is what. Here's the caveat. He was working on his curveball, and if you know Mark Fidrich, he beat you with slider, fastball, and incredible location. Well, he was working on his curveball. This is an A ball before he made it, and he grooved one, and I took it off, hit it off the wall at Joker Marchant in the right field corner.
How did he take the bat boy taking him deep?
He understood. I mean, look, it was Mark Fidrich, who was as down to earth a guy as there ever was, and but he was working on his curveball, so he wasn't surprised by it, But being the bat boy, that says it's kind of got a connotation to it. But don't forget, I was playing high school ball at the time. My brother and I, while other people had real jobs, I was making $250 an hour, doing this silliness, and but I would not trade it for anything. I did it for 2.5 years. My brother and I did it for 2.5 years. And Stubby Overmeyer was the first manager in Lakeland that we worked under. Leland was the next. But that whole group, it was just an amazing time. And Ron LaFleur was another guy that we worked with and just absolutely came to love and adore and appreciate. I'll never forget the day Ron LaFleur was called up to the big leagues. It was just there was a celebration going on in Lakeland because he wasn't that far removed from Lakeland at the time.
Did he talk about prison at
Oh,
all
yeah.
with you?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I've seen Ron LaFleur many times. He lives here in Lakeland, or he did. Not here in Lakeland, but here in Florida, and I've seen him many times. Yeah, he talked about prison. He talked about everything else, and it was quite an incredible experience for a young baseball fan / player to have that opportunity. And look, this is years ago, and they would never do something like that now. But it was just something that we were fortunate enough to be a part of.
That's awesome.
I could tell you stories forever, guys.
I know. And meanwhile, we're coming off one of the best regular season road wins the Bucs have had here in the last few years. And but with that being said, Roy, they've got a 7-game stretch coming up after this Sunday. That is hard. It's, I think it's Falcons twice, it's Eagles, it's Chiefs, it's Niners, it's Ravens. All right. It's when the NFL schedule maker gives you a win, you have to take advantage of it.
Yeah, you do. And you know what? You say it's a 7-game stretch after this game. Well, this game doesn't look to be too easy for me right now because you look at the injury report and just, almost every key player is on there. I mean, Kalijah Cansey's still not back. Luke Gedicke's not back. Now you got Vita Vea missing practice yesterday. I think they feel good about some of these guys getting back for this week, but how good are they going to be? So that makes this week's game a little bit dicey. So this team's got some it's got some issues ahead of it for sure. I mean, it is going to have to play its best football in order to win consistently through this stretch of games, including this week.
Well, when you looked at the final box score, it looked very different than the game I watched, Roy, if you know what I mean. The yardage was 2-1 in favor of Detroit, but I'm watching it, and I'm a Michigan guy. I'm a pseudo-Lions fan. They've been bad my whole life. It's hard to really jump on board. But as I'm watching the game, I was stunned to see the final numbers because I thought the defense that Tampa played kept Jared Goff off his game, and he ended up throwing for over 300 yards, but he threw it 50-plus times.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of the, I think I told you guys, I thought the team that would win this game was the one that would control the run better, but clearly that wasn't the case. I mean, both teams decided they were going to throw it. And yeah, I'm not surprised that, look, I still think the Lions are the better team. The Bucs beat them, and they beat them because they didn't get worn out. And, they had something left in the tank on both sides of the ball at the end of the day. And, I still think the Lions are the better team, but Tampa found a way to win. And you know what? To me, it's a sign of a good team. This is an old cliche. When you can beat a team on the road, when you're not playing at your best, or when you got to kind of, slap it all together somehow, as you did at right tackle and then defensive front for the Bucs, that's a good sign. So really important victory for them in a lot of ways. Gives them a lot of confidence, I think.
And who knows, maybe later in the year could be a tiebreaker in some situation with the Lions. Yeah, let's talk about right tackle. I mean, Hutchinson nearly had a statue built of himself after that game. I mean, What are they going to do?
There's not much they can do at this point. School is their backup at both tackle spots. That's not a good sign. I mean, that's not good at all. And this concussion appears to be lingering because Luke Gedicke didn't practice yesterday. I don't know if you can move somebody else around. I mean, I thought about, what could you possibly do, but I don't know if there's much they can do at this point. So the most important thing to me is, and it's not just leaving a running back in. I think you've got to put a tight end over there. And if you think that you're going to, you can look, you're not going against Hutchinson this week. That's good. But you're going to continue to face that kind of pressure because he just didn't look like he had a clue. Maybe he gets coached up this week, but he had it all week last week, School did, to get coached up. It's not like he hasn't played before. He's played a little bit. He's started some games. So, they got to help him out. They clearly have to help him out. I think you have to go in there with a game plan of having a chip blocker plus a tight end over there. And if you just have to, concentrate more on the run or commit more to the run to avoid the problems, then do it. Maybe roll out to the left. I mean, you don't want to have to do that, but because you're going against the grain there with Baker Mayfield. But at the end of the day, Baker will figure out a way to make it happen. But you can try it early and then adjust quicker. I thought they were a little slow to adjust this time around.
He's Roy Cummings. He covers the Bucs. You can follow him on X at rcummings FHCN, rcummings FHCN.
Same question could be asked about the defensive line with Cansey and with Vita Vea out. I mean, there's not a lot of answers right now, or I don't know if they're out, but still banged up. There really aren't a lot of answers to replace players. They're just gonna have to grind through this, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they are. Look, the good news is that Yaya Diaby looks really good right now. Dennis looks good as well. And what I really like, and what we haven't really seen much of, we haven't really seen a whole lot of blitzing out of these guys. I don't think I've seen Levante David in the backfield yet. So I think there's still another, couple of arrows that they can pull out of the quiver and incorporate into the attack here defensively. And I think they're going to have to. So we'll see what happens. But the good news is that some of the young kids are starting to look a little bit better. Joe Tryanchenko's had a couple of decent games.
I was surprised that Detroit, when Vea got hurt, didn't run the ball a lot more, quite frankly. Even go back to how they ran it against the Rams, it just seemed as if they were hell-bent on Goff winning the game. Sean Payton is having Bo Nix throw the ball 70% of the time. Don't you think if you're Denver and you're Todd Bowles and you're anticipating what Denver's going to do, you're banged up in the interior of your defensive line, your young quarterback is struggling, don't you think Denver commits to a running game in the first half to see if the Bucs defense can hold up and to try to take some pressure off Bo Nix?
Yeah, you would think that would be the case, but again, it's not easy to run against the Bucs. I think a lot's going to depend on the personnel. They're probably going to go in there with a couple of different game plans and say, well, okay, if Vita Vea is in there and he looks healthy, then they'll probably avoid the run and try to pass it. But if Vita Vea is out of there, like you said, what the Lions probably should have done is try to run it a little bit more. I think they will because, look, the last thing I want to do if I'm Sean Payton is expose Bo Nix to the Bucs blitz, because I can tell you right now, this is when they're going to turn up the blitz. This is not Jared Goff. This is not a veteran quarterback. This is a rookie who's going to get shaken by the blitz, especially if you bring it from different areas, and they will. So I expect the Bucs to blitz them a lot. They'll even run some run blitzes, maybe a lot of those as well. So this is a game where I think the defense can really take over and help the offense out a lot. They should get a couple of takeaways out of this one. In fact, my guess is the Bucs are probably counting on it.
This Godwin guy appears to be back.
Yeah.
He's been nothing short of sensational so far.
Yeah, he really is. And what you got to love is you just have to love the relationship it appears that has developed between him and Baker Mayfield, the trust, especially on third down. I mean, it's really clear that Baker has really got a tremendous chemistry with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. And that just helps you in so many ways because, you got Rachaad White coming out of the backfield. That's an option. He clearly likes the tight ends, Kate Otten. So I think it's really helpful because, boy, oh boy, Chris Godwin, when he's healthy, he's as good a receiver as there is. He's just clutch. He runs exceptional routes. He catches the ball. He seldom, if ever, drops it. He's really just so reliable. And that's what quarterbacks want. Just give me a guy who's reliable. Give me a guy who I know if I'm going to throw the ball, he's going to be where he needs to be, and he's going to make the catch for me. And that's what Chris Godwin does.
He's 28 years old. He's an unrestricted free agent at the end of the year. You got to sign him, don't you?
Yeah, and I think you got to sign him soon.
Now. Yes,
yeah, you don't want to see what happened in Dallas happen here because they just don't want – you just can't let that happen. You can't let this go too long where the player starts to dictate what's going on. But you know what? Chris Godwin probably knows, look, I'm healthy. I'm going to have a good season. These guys bet on themselves. But
well, and it's his last shot. It's his last shot to really get paid too. He'll be entering his year 29 season. I mean, he just signed 3 for $60 and he's finishing it out. Okay. I mean, this is when he's looking at $5 for $1.25, that type of deal. So, right. I mean, he's going to go where he can get paid. He's got his ring too. He's going to go get paid.
Yep. Yeah. But also, The Bucs developed him, and they love him, and they know how important he is, and he is the heir apparent if he's not already on the same level as Mike Evans. So Tampa Bay will get that done. I'll be shocked if they let him go. The way that changes is if you look at that wide receiver core and you see Trey Palmer there, and you see some of the other guys that have developed, and you say, okay, well, maybe we got this. But no, I think I agree with you, David. The Bucs will not take any chances. They will get him signed one way or the other.
Yeah, I could see it more with Bucky Irving pushing White out down the road because they seem to like, the running back position. If Godwin's a must to me, but Bucky Irving's starting to get some carries, and they're expecting a lot out of him, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, and they may need it this week because Rashad White's on the injured list too, and we'll see how he works out. But hey, this could be a chance for Sean Tucker to get some touches as well. And look, I've been kind of preaching about how good I think the depth is at the running back position all year before the season started. I'll continue to stick with that, and I think we may get a chance to see it this week.
Roy Cummings covering the Bucs. Follow him on X, R Cummings FHCN, R Cummings FHCN. So since your Cubs are out of it, all right, and they're almost mathematically out of the wild card as well. So, all right, the final week and a half then, your Tigers' second favorite team, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
I like that team.
You and Mark then rooting on the Tigers.
I'm hoping. Look, they took care of business last night against the Royals again, so we'll see how that works out. They got a shot.
Roy, thanks for your time as always. And,
thanks for having me, guys.
Listen, one off season, we'll bring you on. You just tell Leland stories.
Oh man, have I got a bucket load of them?
Okay, well,
I got a bucket load.
There we go. Thanks, Roy.
All right, guys, take care.
Roy Cummings, kind enough to join us. We've talked to Roy at least 15 years. Did you know that?
Not a clue.
No,
not a clue.
Alex Golesh, the football coach at South Florida. They're taking on Miami Saturday. He's next.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I just text Roy and said the Bucs bye week is mid-November. Start lining up the Leland stories.
Coach is on hold.
Wow. I'll tell you what, they are a machine, that sports information department. They're outstanding.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home in the 239 and the 904, the final hour of our show in Lake City and Charlotte County. Thrilled to be joined once again by the South Florida football coach, Alex Golesh. You can follow him on X at Coach Golesh, Golesh. They're hosting Miami Saturday night prime time. Coach, it's David and Mark. Thanks for doing this again. How are you?
Well, Coach, obviously a tremendous win. I wanted to ask you about going down 14-0 and just how different your program is maybe than when you started, because a lot of teams get behind early. They can go into a ball and not come out the right way. You guys just came out blazing after that and left no mercy for Southern Miss. So just talk about the start of that game for your squad.
Yeah, I think that's probably the biggest growth for us as a team right now, or really as a program. We didn't start off well, especially defensively. Didn't adjust great. There was a ton thrown at us in terms of some trick plays, some unique design deals, some shifts, some motions that we just did not adjust well. And then when we had the chance to get people on the ground, we didn't. And we had to regroup and get going offensively. Just couldn't push the ball down the field like we wanted to, and really couldn't get the run game going the first drive. Heading into the second drive, we kind of got it going and shot ourselves in the foot on third down. And you look up and it's 14-0. And I think the biggest piece of all of it, and what I was saying at the beginning, I think that's where the biggest growth as a program has come for us. That wasn't a single guy that flinched. There wasn't a single person on that sideline that didn't think we were going to go win the football game. And regrouped defensively, started playing our brand of defense, which is more physical than the other team, and have the ability to get people on the ground, caused 3 turnovers as it went, and offensively got the run game going, which then helped set up some play action pass stuff, and just kind of went one drive at a time. Again, helped that the defense gave us 3 extra possessions, and we're able to put it all together. I thought played really clean on special teams, faked the field goal to create a touchdown, and essentially off that fake field goal and 2 of the turnovers, that was a 21-point swing that helped get us to where we had to go at the end.
Well, now your second top 10 opponent of the season in the first month of the year. You obviously saw Alabama on film and then saw them in person. When you look at Miami on film, do they look every bit of a top 10 team?
Yeah, I think so. Different team than what we had prepared for Alabama, in the sense that Alabama, you had one game, a blowout win over Western Kentucky to prepare for, with the coordinators being new, special teams coordinator being new. You were preparing for a lot of unknown. This team really different. Same coordinators coming back from a year ago on really all 3 sides of the ball. So you've got a ton of film, you've got a ton of prep that you've been able to go off of actual videotape evidence. But a really, really good football team, really well coached, really sound schematically. I think both offensively and defensively, they do a really good job of doing what fits them in terms of their personnel. They let their guys go play, but really athletic, really physical football team on all 3 sides. So it'll be a really great challenge for us.
You talked about your defense wanting to be physical. Their offensive lines, is, I don't know about as good as anything in the country, but they're a top 10 offensive line. Defensive line, they're very physical. Is this a matchup from that standpoint that you look forward to for your team because you want to get physical on defense? Well, you're going to get matched with what they do offensively with their offensive line, correct?
Yeah, I think their offensive line is phenomenal. They return so much, and they were young. It's a prime example of letting a coach build a program. They played a bunch of guys early, a bunch of guys young that are now not young anymore. And there's nothing more important than real live game reps. You practice as much as you need to, and you try to simulate it in practice, but you could see there's a veteran group really on both sides of the line of scrimmage for them. And absolutely you look forward to it. You want to play really good football teams. You want to play really, really physical football teams because you want to continue to build what you are internally here as well. And so I'm excited about it.
Listen, this is our amateur view, and you know what big fans we are of your quarterback. But we thought there were a couple plays that Byron Brown left on the field against Alabama. Okay. And I don't know if you thought the same thing, but we feel that, listen, if there is a soft spot in Miami, their secondary might be it, and they're very aggressive. I would think this is a game where if he hits some of the throws he didn't hit against Alabama, that it's there for the taking.
Yeah, I actually don't agree with the fact that he left plays out there. When a ball's incomplete, there's so much that goes into it. Obviously, the quarterback is the easy one to point it to, but you've got to be able to protect it. You've got to be able to be in rhythm in terms of with the quarterback and the receiver. Receiver's got to be at the exact right depth. And I'm not pointing the finger at anybody specifically. I just don't know if when you're playing a game like that, if it's fair to say, man, you left some out there. Byron Brown, since I've been here, has never left anything out on a football field. He's about as detailed as you can ever imagine for a young quarterback as he continues to grow. We didn't connect on some deep balls, if that's what you're referring to, and that'll happen when you live in the world of taking shots like that at times. And we're inches away there. Week 2 of the season, the receiver course. Honestly, we're in week 4 now. We're still working to get our absolute detail down of everything we're doing. Again, it's got to be synced up with the O-line. It's all got to match. And I think that's why it's so important for me to continue to push our program and certainly our offense to get better and better every single week. And that's time on task. That's practice reps. That's game experience. So in terms of Miami's secondary, yeah, it'd be hard to say that's a weak link. There's some phenomenal players. I think those safeties are really good. I think the corners are really aggressive. And I think they're really physical as well. So it'll be a great challenge for us there as well.
Their quarterback's pretty solid as well in Cam Ward. What do you need to do to slow this young man down?
Yeah, I think really, really special. Really confident young man. You could see it as you watch the film. It looks like a guy that started 47 games, makes all the right checks, sees the field incredibly well, really, really patient, really sound fundamentally. We've got to be able to affect him in terms of changing pictures, in terms of making him move within the pocket, making him move out of the pocket. If we allow him to sit back there and see it as well as he sees it, and as patient as he is, it's not going to be a good deal for us defensively. So we've got to be able to affect him. We've got to make him move. We've got to make him see different pictures, and we got to continue to stay after him. He's got to feel pressure the entire day.
Is there a significance to this game, this night, this setting, the national exposure that goes beyond just week 4, year 2 of your program? Mark and I were both fortunate when Jim Leavitt was building South Florida. We went to, I think it was a Friday night game. They hosted top 10 West Virginia, Pat White, Steve Slayton, Ray J was rocking, and South Florida won, and we thought it catapulted that program for a half a dozen or more years. Just wondering, does this feel like this is more than just week 4, year 2, Saturday night, that this could be special?
You know, I think for me, and maybe I'm different, I try to look at it very much in a week by week perspective. I think on the outside, it certainly feels that way. I think from the build up to it, it certainly feels that way. But I told our team on Monday, and I'm going to continue to preach it here as we get closer to game time, that for us internally, we have to make sure we are right in our process, in our day to day, in in our fine detail of everything we're doing, because the better the team is, the bigger the stage, the smaller the margins are. And so in terms of significance outside of it, I think it's huge for our fan base. I think it's huge for recruiting. We're going to have over 200 recruits here on Saturday night. We're going to have however many people here. I think in that respect, it's big. I think the fact that we are relevant enough that a top 10 team coming in here, people care about, people are talking about it on a national level. The fact that we're playing our second game in 4 weeks on national TV at 7 p.m. in prime time, I hope speaks to the relevance that we have started to become nationally, in terms of comparing it to something that happened 17 years ago. Man, I'd be hard pressed to say that it's better or worse or bigger or smaller. I have no idea. I think more than anything for us, it's the next step in our growth. It's the next step in the progression for us as we build this program. And it should be a big game. It should be for what this program it could be and where we're trying to take it. You hope that those games are all huge. But I don't know that it's any bigger than when we start conference play in New Orleans next weekend, which is going to be absolutely huge for us to be able to go 1-0 in that game and start conference play off in a big way. So, and I'm not minimizing what it is. I think it's absolutely a big game. But in this day and age of college football, I think they're all big and they all matter exactly the same. But it would certainly be a really, really big step for us to be able to take care of what we need to take care of on Saturday night here at home.
He's Alex Golesh. He's the head football coach at South Florida. 7 o'clock Saturday night on the Four Letter Network. They play host to the Miami Hurricanes. Coach, we always appreciate your time. Best of luck Saturday, and we'll talk again before the Memphis game.
Sounds good. Thank you, guys. Go Bulls.
Follow him on X at Coach Golesh, Golesh. That could be another primetime game for them. It's a Friday night game when they host Memphis.
And that's big for the AAC.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So Alex Golesh joining us here on Miller and Moulton. Are you suffering from neuropathy? Do you experience stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your feet? Are you tired of sleepless nights and avoiding life due to pain? If you've been diagnosed with neuropathy or experiencing pain or numbness in your feet, pick up the phone and call us right now before it's too late at 239-382-7332. Again, that's 239-382-7332. Neuropathy is a very serious and progressive disease where your nerves start to break down. Eventually, it leads to balance problems, falls, complete loss of independence, and can lead to amputation.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Norrell, DC. Our program addresses the underlying causes and doesn't simply mask your symptoms with medication. In fact, many patients start experiencing relief from neuropathy symptoms within weeks. There's no surgery and no use of prescription drugs.
Pick up the phone right now and call 239-382-7332. Call us today at Restore Health. 239-382-7332.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
And yes, Irish football. If Mark hasn't answered you, the answer is yes.
Did you say something? I did not have your mic on.
Just answering Irish football. Yes, Golesh is he was Heupel's right-hand guy. So West Coast Dolphin and RCB. Come on, get together, make a bet. Get your fantasy questions ready, folks. Dr. Roto in a little more than 15 minutes. Get your questions ready. All right, thanks for the question. Rest pause.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Dr. Roto to answer your fantasy football questions in a little more than 15 minutes. So now's a good time. 21,000 on the text line, keyword Miller, or in the Twitch chat room. Begin submitting your questions. You only get one. Also, try to keep them, 2 out of 3, 1 out of 2. Don't give me 5 guys, pick 2. That's a little too cumbersome. And everybody gets one question. So if you submit 3, we're only taking your first one. Dr. Roto, he will join us in a little more than 15 minutes on the American Paint Supplies hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. 16-point dogs, by the way, South Florida. Give them a puncher's chance?
I do. I don't know how you cannot, the way they've played Alabama each of the last 2 years. They're not afraid of the big opponent. I do worry, however, about, they like to run the ball and to see what their O-line can do against Miami's defensive front. That will be interesting to me. I don't see them having the success they've had against others against the Canes.
I was going to say, and by interesting, you mean worrisome.
Yes.
And so you're thinking maybe Byron Brown, their very talented sophomore quarterback, that there might be a lot on his shoulders Saturday night.
This is going to be, but I mean, he just played Alabama, and I like that he defended his quarterback. I know the point you were trying to make is that, and I think if you'd have just said the offense left some plays out there, he would have wholeheartedly agreed with you on that, and didn't let his quarterback take the shot. But there were plays that were there for the taking against Alabama. Will they be there against Miami?
I think they will be, because I think that they will challenge the corners. And that's what you have to challenge. And it was what I was probably most disappointed about in Florida's effort against Miami. It was like, my goodness, you're not even challenging the corners. I mean, could you at least challenge them? I mean, your receivers were the same star recruits as the guys covering them. I mean, throw one up there, for goodness sake. But, Lagway did a little bit late, but by then the game was over. So Illinois, Nebraska, USC, Michigan, probably the 2 Big Ten conference games of note. ACC, best I can come up with, Mark, NC State, Clemson, even though Clemson's favored by 3 touchdowns.
It's not Cal and Florida State.
Georgia Tech, Louisville.
All right. There's a little bit there.
Well, and Louisville's ranked. And Louisville, I believe, is next up for Notre Dame. So I think we're all sleeping just a little bit here. The middle of the ACC, Georgia Tech's already had a moment. Syracuse has had a moment. BC's had a moment. Louisville's going to have a chance here now to prove that, hey, we're worthy of our moments, etc. Besides Tennessee, Oklahoma, you got anything in the SEC that interests you?
No, not a damn thing. The grease fire effect, I'll watch Florida and Mississippi State.
You mean you're not going to watch Ohio State Marshall? At the same time, you're going to watch Florida Mississippi State instead? I'm with you, by the way, because to me, this is rubbernecking in rush hour traffic.
It totally is. This is the car crash that doesn't seem to end for the Florida Gators.
Right. Florida 6-point favorite. We didn't know if there was a team that could be on the road that they could be a 6-point favorite against with the way they played this year. There's a couple of Big 12 games. I don't know if anybody pays attention to that conference, but Utah, Oklahoma State could be the Big 12 regular season game of the year. That's at 4:00. And then, listen, instead of Hawaii, the game to maybe make up for your losses or double down if you've won, 10:30 on the 4-letter network, I believe. K-State, BYU, both 3-0. It's a conference game.
That's BYU, right, it is.
BYU had a terrible year last year. They're first in the conference. They need to, kind of like UCF went on the road, beat TCU. BYU's got to have their first Big 12 moment also. They're a 6.5-point home dog. So, there any other games interest you besides that? Those are the 7 conference games, I think, of note.
No, I wrote down games yesterday as we were getting ready for Bud Elliott that I, wanted to make sure we talked about. And that's pretty much the list.
We have a few Denver sports fans in our Twitch chat room, and so they mentioned Deion and the Buffaloes quite often. To me, Baylor's not a good Big 12 team.
Neither's Colorado.
And so that's, is Deion a favorite? We gave that stat out last week. If
he's a 1.5-point favorite when I checked earlier in the week. Now, I don't know if that line's changed, but he was a 1.5-point favorite.
I think he's won every single time he's been a favorite at Colorado, or maybe one loss. And every single time he's been an underdog, he's lost, except for that first game of last season when they went in and whooped TCU. So it's basically, if Deion's favored, they win. Deion's supposed to lose, they lose. Okay. And Dave Aranda, by the way, Dave Aranda and Baylor, he needs the win. He's had 2 bad years in a row here. Dave Aranda's job is in jeopardy this year if he has another 6-6 or worse season. In fact, the guy he's coaching against might be on their short list. And for all of you that say Deion wouldn't take it, I'm telling you, he's got health issues. He's got circulatory problems, and he has spent half his adult life in Texas. That's where Baylor's located. I'm telling you, he might take, and Baylor's won natties in basketball. They've won natties in other sports. Baylor has shown they can win natties. And they've competed for one more closely in the last 15 years than CU has. I'm just telling you.
So that's a little bit what's going on in the college schedule. A reminder to get your fantasy football questions in Dr. Roto in around 10 minutes time. You can do it at 21,000. That's the text line. If you haven't texted the show in quite some time, you need to text the keyword Miller before you then text your questions for Dr. Roto.
If you were the Rams, by the way, would you trade Stafford? With the way this year is going, 0-2, and I think they have the Niners. All right. And man, both wide receivers are out. Both the tackles are out. 2 D linemen are out. This is looking as if this season is just going to blank.
Okay. If Miami doesn't want to make the trade, where are you trading them to? I get the whole Miami thing. People talking Bryce Young to Miami. Okay. If Miami wants to trade for a quarterback, more power to you. I get the reasons why. But if Miami's not interested in Stafford, where would you trade Stafford to? Would be the team that you would suspect to go get Matthew Stafford?
Let me ask you this question. And this, by the question, I'm answering your question. If Matthew Stafford was the quarterback of the Tennessee Titans, what would their record be? They'd be 2-0. I mean, if you're Tennessee, at what point do you go, we just going to throw this year away because we're putting our second round pick in there and we don't even know if he can make it, but we're going to sacrifice this season to give him some experience? I mean, I'm telling you, that's a playoff caliber roster if they had a competent quarterback. If Matthew Stafford was the quarterback of the Tennessee Titans, what would their record be?
2-0.
Okay. You sure I can't sell you on this deal?
No. I just merely asked the question. I'm trying to find who the suitors are out there because I don't think there are a whole lot.
I got you. Only need one, though. Only need one. But you're right. Might need another injury. Just wait a week. It's the NFL. It'll happen.
Yes, it will.
But if you were Miami, by the way, would you have traded for Stafford?
Yes.
So you would have done that already?
Oh, done.
Okay. All right.
Those receivers and Matthew Stafford, are you kidding me?
I was going to say, never mind California taxes, Florida taxes. I think his wife, Kelly, would do the move. Listen, get your questions in for Dr. Roto. He's next.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Doc just trying to make me sweat again.
Yep. Hey. Morning.
Too dramatic? Too dramatic?
No. A little dramatic.
A little dramatic.
For me.
Dramatic. For Mark.
David doesn't worry at all because it doesn't affect him one way or another. If we don't get you on this way, then I've got to call you and I'm in a panic. He doesn't give two blanks.
Really?
I don't know about two blanks. I mean, we've been promoting you all show. You know, we're telling people to send in questions. I want you there.
Well, there's nothing worse than promoting somebody and then you get to the guest and the guest isn't there. It's
totally
the worst. Literally, it's the worst because then you feel like the biggest asshole.
Plus, off the top of your head, you don't necessarily have the material that you want to go to next, and you have to go to that material right away.
Right. Well, it's like you've been saying, this guy's the best DFS guest ever, and all of a sudden, now you have to be the guest? No.
I've had a rough start. I have Tua, Puka, and Ferguson on my team. It's been a rough start.
All right. Good luck in 2025.
It's kind of the way I'm looking at it, Doc.
Yeah. It's the reason why we talk about there's no such thing as a wasted pick is that you have to have depth.
And I felt great about my team. I really did. But it is what it is. Yeah. Now you just try to grind it out.
But for example, though, I have McLaurin and Neighbors in practically every league. Well, this week they have a terrible matchup. What am I going to do with Neighbors is in Cleveland? It's going to get about 5 points. If I'm lucky.
All right, 10 seconds, guys.
Okay.
All right.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour, JP Shadrick to talk about everything going wrong with the Jags and what in the world they need to do to fix it. And they better do it quickly because they're 0-2 and the Bills and Texans are next up both on the road. He'll join us at the top of the hour. Get your questions in for our next guest, our fantasy football expert, Dr. Roto. Follow him on X at Dr. Roto, DRROTO. Make sure you check out his website. It is tremendous. He's hired a great staff. They give you winners every single night in multiple sports. And I'm not just saying this. drroto.com, DRROTO.com. Doc, how are you?
I'm better than the Jaguars.
Well,
that's not good. Saying much.
I'm still kicking, but I'm listening to you talk about the Jaguars, and I think 0-4 seems very possible.
Yeah.
When things like Evan Engram getting injured during pregame warmup, that's when you just know this may not be your year. And Lawrence, can I tell you the best play he had last week was when he ran for 25 yards? So it's funny. I've always liked the Jaguars, but I think they're not. This season's going to be rough for them.
Listen, I have a question. Is 2 weeks enough time for you to go to plan B? Because we have so many injuries. Can you scrap it and go to plan B now, or are there certain guys in which you're given 1 more week to?
So great question. So let's say Zamir White. Zamir White was one of my guys who I loved. Well, Week 1, the Chargers just ran the ball down the Raiders' throats. And week 2, the Raiders were playing from behind against the Ravens, and they shockingly won that game. So here we are, week 3, home against the Panthers. If he doesn't do it now, I have to cut bait. But I have to give him week 3. Christian Kirk, been disgusting the first 2 weeks. I mean, I think I might have more catches than Christian Kirk at this point. But, the Bills not good against slot receivers. I got to give him a shot this week. So I think, usually for me, I'll tell you it's the first 4 games. We always try to break the season up into quarters. So week 2 is an overcorrection for week 1, but weeks 3 and 4 is you really find out who's in the offense and who isn't.
All right, let's get to the questions. 21,000 on the text line, or you can go into the Twitch chat room, and David and I will do some rapid fire with Doc right now. Flex position, Devin Singletary, Zamir White, David Montgomery. Who you picking?
Okay, so let me write those down. Singletary, all right. So Singletary's out, okay? Let's focus on each week is its own beast. Just because Singletary was good last week doesn't make him necessarily good this week. I was talking to you guys before we got on here. I don't like Malik Neighbors this week. Why? It's a bad matchup for the Giants. So Zamir White has a really good matchup. David Montgomery has a good matchup. Remember, Jared Goff on the road, not great, but the Lions are supposed to score 27 points. That's the implied total. That tells you that Vegas thinks they're going to score 3 touchdowns, maybe even a 4th. With that in mind, give me Montgomery.
All right, let's go to the Twitch chat room. Rest Pause wants to know Jaden Daniels or Joe Burrow?
All right, so you have to, well, I'll do it this way. You must play Joe Burrow against this Commander secondary. Commander secondary is the worst. I mean, look how good Daniel Jones looked last week. So, I mean, what does that tell you? Everything you need to know. Here's the problem about Jaden Daniels, and I have Jaden Daniels everywhere. He's running great. But the offense is Jaden was like 11 for 12 in the first half, but he threw the ball about 3 yards. So he's throwing 3 yards and hoping that to get some yak after the catch. Where's the touchdown passes coming from? If you're not throwing touchdowns, you're not winning fantasy football games.
Flex spot again. Pick one. Worthy, Eckler, Pollard. Who you taking, Doc?
I'm taking Pollard, who right now Spears may not be playing. He's doubtful. Well, I don't say doubtful. He's highly questionable. And Pollard's looked great. And the Packers' run defense let up droves to Saquon, let up droves to Taylor. No reason that Pollard doesn't have a big week.
All right, a generic question. Deadstruck wants to know, with Tua's injury, does that change how you play the supporting cast, whether or not you keep the supporting cast? And he specifically mentioned Achane.
Yeah, so Achane may be the one guy who, dare I say, benefits from this, right? Because I don't know if Skylar Thompson can throw the ball more than 15 yards downfield without it being a live duck. So Achane's going to get a lot of those passes out of the backfield. He's looked phenomenal. I think you ride the Achane train until, God forbid, knock on wood, if he gets injured, but you ride him. He's great. Do I worry about Tyreek? Less than the other guys, because I think they can throw him a 5-yard hitch pass and then watch the go. I worry about Jalen Waddle 100%, and I worry about Jonnu Smith 100%. But I think Achane and Tyreek are impervious, so I think you can start them.
I'll let everybody know. I let Doc know, and I didn't even say I had Hill on my team. I said I had Tua, Puka, and Ferguson already hurt. I add Hill to that, and Doc just responded to me, good luck in 2025. On that note, with the Dolphins, I have a question here. If Raheem Mostert plays, should I start him or Devin Singletary?
Wow. I think you probably start Singletary, because let's say Mostert plays. They're likely to be playing from behind. And when they're playing from behind, that's not necessarily, you're relying on a Mostert touchdown, where Singletary gets touches. So on a bad week, he gets 12. On a good week, he gets 20. So worst is Mostert getting 12? I don't know about that. I feel like Achane's getting 20 and Mostert gets 12 as a high, and you're hoping that one of those 12 is by the goal line. So sadly, I think you're playing Singletary.
All right, a couple of quarterback questions here. Adam wants to know, in a standard league, Minshew or Stafford?
Yikes. Yikes. Has it come to this, gentlemen? So the Rams' offensive line is an unmitigated mess. I mean, Stafford was running for his life against the Cardinals, what he thinks going to happen against the 49ers. I mean, there was something out there where people were saying maybe it's a good idea to start that they should be trading him to the Dolphins. Like maybe Stafford to the Dolphins would be the best thing that ever happened. And it was like a 3-way trade. Bryce Young goes to the Rams. I don't know, but hard to start him. The thing with Minshew is this: when they're playing from behind, Minshew's great. When they're leading, Minshew's not. So I guess give me Stafford, but I don't feel good about either of them.
One spot for a PPR flex: Jerome Ford, Jerry Jeudy, Carson Steele. Who you starting?
So let's talk about what happened with Ford. All of a sudden, when the Browns were playing well, they brought in Foreman to seal the deal, right? They didn't even have Ford out there in pretty much the second half, which was a little surprising to most people. So hard to give you the stamp of approval on him. Jerry Jeudy, I mean, are they really going to need to throw the ball a ton against the Giants? So I don't know if there's any stamp of approval there. Carson Steele is interesting. So in Fab and waivers, I was thinking Steele was the best guy, then P. Ryan, then Hunt. People are like, what about Hunt? I said, well, if Hunt was any good, would they have, brought P. Ryan over when they could have just signed Hunt? I think Steele has the best chance at a touchdown. And I think that against the Falcons, they should score 3 touchdowns. When they get on the 3-yard line, you will see Carson Steele there. So I'll go Ford 1, Steele 2, Jeudy 3.
All right. Couple of quarterback questions again. Irish football, Goff or Stroud?
Stroud, Goff. We never liked Goff on the road.
Okay. And then Jaden Daniels or Aaron Rodgers?
Yikes. Rodgers is annoying because it could be a very low-scoring game tonight, but it's a Thursday game, so you never know what you're getting. I think with Rodgers, you're getting 240 yards and 2 touchdowns. So you're getting 20 points. But with Jaden Daniels, you could be getting that just on the ground. I think you go with Daniels because of the running upside.
Aaron Jones or Xavier Worthy, PPR. Franklin says hello to you, Doctor.
Hey, Franklin. I hope he's doing well in his leagues. Worthy is interesting because he could always make that one big play. In a dome, especially, Chiefs need to throw the ball more. I like it. Now, the Texans-Vikings, I think that game is going to be the higher scoring game. Remember last week, I think I told you I like the Saints and Cowboys more than most people do. This week, it's the Texans-Vikings. I think that game is going to be higher scoring. The problem is this: Aaron Jones is not 100%. He's very questionable. So, Franklin, I'm going to say Worthy as of this minute, but I reserve if Jones gets the clear, health, I'll go with Jones.
A lot of 2 of 3 questions. Dolphin in a PPR wants to know: Metcalf, Neighbors, Jameson Williams. Which 2?
I'm sitting Neighbors.
Okay. Full point PPR. Bob wants to know: Harrison, Neighbors, Olave.
And how many do I get?
So is the answer I'm sitting Neighbors?
I'm sitting Neighbors. Yeah. I think you guys know this. Malik Neighbors is my Roto child this year.
Right.
So if I'm telling you, let me give you 3 receivers that I think you might want to consider trading. Okay. First of all, Terry McLaurin. Terry McLaurin, for some reason, Jaden Daniels will throw to him, but he throws these 5-yard passes, and that's not Terry's game. Terry's game is you throw it deep. Secondly, I would trade Michael Pittman so fast your head would spin. Anthony Richardson hates them. Josh Downs is back, and Anthony Richardson is bad, okay? He's a good fantasy quarterback. He's a bad real-life quarterback. And the third guy I might trade is actually Malik Neighbors, because he's going to have weeks. It's going to be a roller coaster because Daniel Jones stinks, okay? He stinks. So what happens is when you have a good game from Neighbors, you trade him because this week he could go 4 for 50 and now nobody wants him. And then you got to wait for a week or 2 for him to be good again.
Some either or questions. Kareem Hunt, Zamir White.
How could you play Kareem Hunt when he's on the practice squad and they just signed him this week?
Defense, Raiders or Niners?
Ooh, I'll go Niners just because the Rams' offensive line is bad.
All right. What else we got here? Flex situation, 2 out of 3. D-Hop, Wicks, likely.
Yikes. This is a rough one.
That's your fifth yikes of the segment.
Yeah, there's a lot of, but you know what? Look at the implied totals this week, and that's why it's the yikes, because most of these games are so low scoring. So is there a pathway forward for Wicks? Now with Malik Willis at quarterback, there isn't. Is there a pathway for Hopkins? Maybe he'll be more involved. I think it's likely that Likely has the best pathway forward against the Cowboys defense, which, let me tell you something. Jerry Jones may be a great guy. Who knows? But I think he has mismanaged this cap. I would pay, I kid you not, I think Brandon Aubrey is worth $60 million a year more than Dak Prescott is worth $60 million a year. Because Aubrey's at least the best at his position, and Dak is probably 16th best at his position. When the Cowboys are paying all that money to Dak, Micah, and Lamb, they're going to have issues, and the Ravens are going to roll this week.
Shaheed or Pittman, PPR?
Never Pittman.
Flex, Javonte Williams or Alexander Madison? Is the answer ever Alexander Madison?
No, unless it's who disappointed for years in Minnesota.
2 of 3, Tyreek, Rashid Rice, Devontae Adams.
Yeah, Rashid Rice is always a must start. However, this week they should roll in a bunch of different ways, but I like Rashid Rice a lot. So I'll go Rice and I'll go Hill. This doesn't feel like an Adams week. Remember, I'm a little worried with the Raiders. So Devontae Adams and Brock Bowers are sensational. We know this. But this seems like one of those games where Antonio Pierce takes his foot off the gas. He just does, right? So if they're winning, like, I don't know, 21-6, are they throwing the ball in the second half? I don't know. That being said, the Panthers are more interesting today than they were yesterday, because now with Andy Dalton there, I mean, do you know how miserable Deontay Johnson and Adam Thielen were? I mean, they weren't even getting balls thrown near them. So at least the Panthers are going to be more competitive.
Defense question, Cincinnati or Seattle? And he also asks, what's the CMC trade value right now?
I'll go Cincinnati on that one. I think it's low. I do, because ask yourself this question. Are you rushing him back right now? I don't know if you are. If you think you're going to make the playoffs, which I think the 49ers will, Jordan Mason's doing a great job, right? I think you're worried about Debo. You're worried about the injuries, but I don't know. I think I'm looking at a week 8 return, or if I'm not mistaken, don't they have a week 9 bye? If they have, let me see, they have a week 9 bye. I think you're looking at week 10. I think that's possible at this point. So, okay. I mean, you'd have to trade him to a team that thinks they're going to make the playoffs and they're willing to hold him.
All right, got about 20 seconds. 2 out of 3, JSN, Pickens, Waddle.
Not Waddle.
Okay. And Nell Skyer wants to know, give up on DeAndre Swift?
No, this might be the last week you can try to play him. I mean, this is the matchup against a Colts run defense that's not great.
You got a DFS sleeper for us?
Greg Dortch.
There you go.
He's Dr. Roto, drroto.com, drroto.com. Follow him on X at Dr. Roto. Listen to him on Saturdays on SiriusXM's Fantasy Sports Radio. Doc, have a great weekend. Thanks.
You too, guys. Be well.
JP Shadrick is next.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The world famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world famous cigar bar.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Gator Grad, if you're still there in the chat room, I asked Dr. Roto off air, because yours was the only question submitted that we didn't get to. You wanted to know PPR, Jordan Addison or DeMarcus Robinson. He said take Robinson. So there you go. Hope you're still with us. You didn't abandon us in the last handful of minutes. So, JP, you know a little something about abandonment, okay? Because that bandwagon has got a lot more room on it.
It does. Good morning, Dave.
Good morning. How are you, buddy?
I'm well, man.
You got a game this week, right?
Yeah, I got UCLA, LSU.
Oh, get
Baton
your material
Rouge.
ready.
I think you might be right. LSU, yeah.
They're going to score points. They're going to score a lot of points.
The receivers are ready. I think their kid's coming back. This kid, I think their guy that hadn't played yet, Hilton, might be back. So they're going to have a full arsenal.
So, yeah, I'll tell you what. I like LSU to get to 50.
To get to 50?
Oh, yeah. I think LSU gets to 50.
Whew, a 50 burger.
I think you're getting a 50 burger.
What is UCLA getting to?
Well, they need to get to almost 30 to cover, if I'm right. So
I don't know, but I'm not asking for that reason. I'm just curious in general what you think. I mean, if they don't, they were so far behind. I watched that game again yesterday, the UCLA game, Indiana game. I felt so bad for them early because they fumbled the first snap.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to throw, and the running back thought it was an RPO, and then it's like bang, a play later, and it's 14-0. Like they couldn't do anything. It was done.
They look great, though. I got to tell you, it's a team, that setting, even though there were 17 people there, but those uniforms, man, UCLA looks good.
I'll tell you what, we got a uniform game this week because UCLA started the shoulder stripe thing. LSU, Paul Dietzel, put them on there, and they're two of the only teams that have like the shoulder front to back stripes still. If you're into that. Coach Dietzel was a nice man, by the way.
Yes. Well, it's good that you don't have a game till Monday because getting out of Baton Rouge and getting back to Jacksonville, you might have had to drive.
Well, I'm flying into Baton Rouge and then flying out of New Orleans. So for some reason that was cheaper. I don't know why, but So
You
Sunday
get direct from New Orleans to Jacksonville?
No, of course not. No.
See,
I think there might be like Frontier or something, but
yeah, two of the worst cities to get direct flights out of in the country. New Orleans is up there with Memphis and St. Louis.
Right. So it's good. Spend a little time Sunday in New Orleans and then come back in the afternoon. So it'll be good.
Get a little eat. Get a little jazz music. Get some eats.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, Sunday brunch, nothing wrong with that.
I want to skip the Saints game. They're at home at noon, but I've got enough football coming up. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I'll watch some. I'll sit somewhere and watch some football probably.
I drove back. I don't know if it was last year.
You know, I was looking at. I'm like, if things get squirrely, it's like 8 hours.
Yeah, it was like 7 and change. Yeah,
it's not impossible. Yeah, you can open it up.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour in the 239 and the 904. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question: give us your thoughts about Aaron Rodgers. You like him? You don't like him? I don't give a darn about Aaron Rodgers. That's our poll question, because the Jets are hosting the Patriots tonight. I mean, what were we going to ask you? Pick the game against the number. We thought we'd do something a little different. This is creative for Miller and Moulton. Don't mock us, okay? This is good for us. JP Shadrick joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. And, hey, Miller and Moulton are looking to get on that Jags bandwagon. Is there any room?
A little bit. And this is how it's gone so far. And,
a little bit. I mean, we're about a minute and a half away from our own section.
It's early. I'll say that. It's a big week, obviously, for this team. The way things went, just the operation of it last week. I mean, the plays were getting in late on offense. Trevor didn't look confident at all. The O-line's giving up stuff to the Browns D-line. I mean, the defense couldn't get off the field in the first half. So the response after the game is what I was most encouraged by. Trevor Lawrence, I don't think we've ever heard like that before. Come out in a press conference and say we suck, basically, and list the reasons why they sucked. And that's as raw as we've seen him publicly, at least. I'm curious how the team responds to him calling a bunch of different things out publicly like that. I think at some point he's kind of had it up to here, like with some of the operation things. For him and this team to play better, he's got to be able to be that guy and take over. And it's his team, in theory. So let's see how that team, that is his team, responds to it this week. I think it's a good week for it. I mean, it's not an easy matchup, right? The Bills are a good team. They've got a good defensive line. They got the great quarterback. But it's a circle the wagons week. You're on the road. Nobody's expecting you to do things. And why not get things in order this week and go play well at least and see what the result is?
I love Trevor calling a lot of things out, but the mirror should have been directly in front of him when he was doing it, because when you're taking safeties in that spot, I don't care how bad the offensive line playing. That ball's got to be out. Trevor, you said it already. He looked uncomfortable in the game. I mean, I don't know if he can play worse than that.
Wasn't a great day. I'll say this about that safety play. Myles Garrett whipped Cam Robinson on the edge, had to step up, and then the interior got beat as well at the same time. If he has an extra half second, Brian Thomas Jr. streaking down the left side of the field. So that's at least what they felt. Okay, they were that close to having a big play. Just didn't work out. So, he's not just blaming everybody else. He knows he has to be better. There were throws early in the game he just airmailed when he had time and just didn't feel right. So they've got to do a lot of searching internally this week just to figure out. I mean, when they're in the red zone, they're 1-4 in the red zone. They had 2 different plays in one of those red zone trips where they had to call timeout because the play clock went down to 0. Like, well, what is going on here? So it's not just yes, the players go make the plays and execute, but it's everything getting into the play that leads up to it to be able to help those guys go execute. So they've got some things to figure out.
We're talking with JP Shadrick, who's part of the Jags radio network. He's also does college and pro football on Westwood One. He'll have UCLA LSU this weekend, by the way. He's also part of the Touchdown radio network because he needs more W-2 forms for his tax person.
Right.
But
do you have a tax sponsor, by the way?
We'll get you one. Listen, we've talked the Gators a little bit and how it's just really difficult to have confidence in the program. Well, if you're a Jags fan, I mean, JP, the two things I'm supposed to have confidence in. My head coach is a Super Bowl winning head coach, and he's an offensive guy. And we finally got a franchise quarterback. Well, the franchise quarterback is yelling at the Super Bowl winning head coach, and the coach doesn't look like he can call the plays, and the quarterback doesn't look like he can execute them right now. I mean, if I'm a Jags fan, I'm like, man, this is what I'm supposed to be counting on.
And yes, I mean, that's just not going well right now. I mean, what do you want? It's week 2. But I'm with you. I understand that. I understand where you're coming from. And especially with the amount of money and investment they've put into those spots. They've paid the quarterback now. He's not going anywhere, right? So he's the guy for the long term. I think Doug Peterson is in a good place, honestly. I mean, you'll see what happens in a little while. But, I mean, they've got to start winning because the owner said so. And then, you got to remember too, I mean, they have had 2 9-win seasons in a row. Yes, they missed the playoffs and collapsed last year. There have been many 9-win seasons around here in the recent history before that.
That's
so
true.
Take a step back a little bit too, and realize, okay, recency bias tells you, oh yeah, we're not that far away from 2-14 or whatever the hell it was to get the number 1 pick 2 years in a row. So I think if anybody can kind of right the ship, I trust Doug Peterson to be able to get a team and keep a team in when things are adverse around them. And it is not the first 2-game losing streak in the history of football. There's a lot of football to be played. Now, you don't want a 3 or 4-game losing streak to start the season, then that conversation changes in a hurry. So I get that the quarterback and coach are, that's what you rely on right now. But I think those guys are still in the midst of trying to figure out early in this season. And there's a lot of season to go. So patience. Right. What did your guy, you mentioned Aaron Rodgers. He's the whole question. Relax.
Tough to relax at 0-2. Evan Ingram, is he playing? Is the extra day going to be enough to get him on the field?
Don't know. They pushed the practice week back a day, so they're on the field starting today for the first time because of the Monday night game. So I saw him walking around in the open locker room the other day. Didn't get a chance to ask him. I mean, I would think if it's any question at all, I would not play him just because, like we said, there's a whole lot of season left. You need that guy for the long haul. And Brenton Strange actually performed pretty well last week. Evan Ingram's the different guy, though. He's the guy you need down the field. So we'll see. Too early to tell on Evan.
It's got to be disappointing, too, not just the results, obviously, but, if we had said before the season, hey, you're going to play the Dolphins and the Browns, and you're going to give up 19 points a game on average. I mean, you're thinking 2-0, aren't you?
I mean, the defense has given up 36 points. So, in 2 weeks, to one of the best offenses, most explosive offenses in football in Miami, and the Browns. So, yes, that in theory that is winning defensive football.
Right.
It is not a defensive game though. There's other phases, and the offense just isn't doing anything right now, and that's the real concern. And even the defense. Defense is one of 2 in the league that hasn't had a takeaway, by the way. So there are things on that side of the ball to be desired also. They feel like they could have had some more pass rush last week against backup tackles for the Browns. That didn't happen against Deshaun Watson. And so that, everybody's at fault in this thing. I mean, and I know they've got some injuries on the back end of the defense they got to sort through still, and they're trying to play through some of that. And, let's see. But you got to get some takeaways. And, if you're the defense, get something to maybe jumpstart this team. A sack fumble, punch the ball out at the 2-yard line like the Dolphins did that turned that game around, right, for them. They haven't had that star player on defense go make a big-time star play, really on either side of the ball. We're talking about the quarterback and the head coach. I'm talking about the quarterback. I'm talking about Gabe Davis, who came in free agency. We're talking about
Christian
Josh
Kirk
Hines
is
Allen.
MIA.
Christian Kirk has 4 catches or something. Guys that you've paid a lot of money to. And then on defense, Hines Allen, number 1 overall pick, Trayvon Walker. Big money players on that side of the ball. You have your star players on this team that haven't made star player type plays yet. And those guys win you football games. That's why you pay them the money that you do. And they haven't had that production yet. They've got to step up and play bigger and better.
How do they attack Buffalo? Is this a game where, you mentioned Kirk, and we're no sassing him, but don't you think they have to get the running game established? And I know you want to take away in a short field, but the other side of this wouldn't be a 8-play drive where they ran the ball 5 times and ran effectively and took a little pressure off of the throwing game?
I think so, because you don't want Rousseau and Von Miller, who's back, and all those guys. Epinesa had 2 sacks in this game last year in London, by the way. 2 of the 5 the Bills had against this offensive line, against Cam Robinson, the left tackle. So I think it's a run-the-ball game. Now, the Bills linebackers are a little younger. They've had some injuries there. So maybe that's something you can exploit in the short passing game with Kirk. Maybe this is an opportunity for him. But I think it's run the ball, get ahead of the chains on first down, set up second and medium, then the play action game. I mean, we could say this every single week. We can just tape this segment right here, and you can run this back for the Jaguars plan every week for the next 15 weeks. Run the ball, second and medium, play action, stay ahead of the sticks, and play good, solid run defense. That's the path to victory for the Jaguars in every game in 2024, in theory, but certainly this week, because you don't want to get in second and long, third and long with that pass rush. The way this offensive line has performed so far, they have not been able to slow down true elite pass rushers.
All right, less than a minute. 0-2 teams have won the Super Bowl, but they got honked off. They did. All right. Do you think this team, it's a nice team, it's a polite team, all right? They've now lost 7 of 8 going back to last year. Do you think this team is now sufficiently honked off?
Find out today when we go in that locker room, honestly. I mean, we saw a little bit of that earlier in the week when there were a few guys in there in the open locker room on, Tuesday? But they've had another few days of hearing about it, if they're listening to it, because the noise is loud here in Jacksonville. So if not now, when will you be, quote, honked off?
I cleaned that up. That's why I said honked off.
I think this is the time to do it. You got to go do it now. If it's 0-3 and then going to Houston next week, a division game, it doesn't get any easier. So you got to clean it up now. Doug Peterson will pound that all week long, and it's up to those guys in that locker room. That's really what it's going to be about. Jimmys and Joes, not the X's and O's.
JP Shadrick, Westwood won college and pro football. He's got LSU UCLA this week. He also does Touchdown Radio Network. Jags Radio Network joins us every Thursday at this time. Safe travels, my friend.
Hey, good to see you guys. I get to fly in the Baton Rouge airport tomorrow, so I'll send you a postcard.
Gate 3. I think that's about as many as they get there.
That's true. They do have an A and a B, though. They do. All right, JP Shadrick joining us here on Miller and Moulton. The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist's evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, has your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle? Well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Your phone call window.
It was
the 9 o'clock hours when you take calls.
They called at 8:06. I went, oh, getting an early start today, are we? So,
did you see what they're doing at the Falcons game Sunday?
So he's going in the Ring of Honor, and so everybody's getting 2 free dogs and a free unlimited soda, right?
Yeah, chips and unlimited soda.
Huh. It's his way of giving back to the fans?
Well, a restaurant company, I think, did it.
Oh, okay.
I mean, with the Falcons, Levy Restaurants and
Gotcha.
the Falcons are the ones that did it. Now, I don't know if they handle, if Levi Restaurants is the person who does the concessionaire. I can't figure that out, but
I don't know.
Go Raiders. Dortch. I don't remember Dortch. That Dr. Roto said. I'm looking at my list of questions.
Greg Dortch with his DFS.
Oh yes, that was his DFS special. Yes. Thank you, Nell Skyer. And apparently we're on the radio.
Apparently we are. We're not anymore.
Okay. Well, thanks for letting us know.
Oh, well. That's lost another perfect game.
What do you think this was, in the 8th?
Yeah.
Yeah, I took it to the 8th. Really, it's an extra inning affair since we do 4 segments. I mean, he lost the perfect game in the 11th.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour. Miller and Moulton in the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for being with us. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question: since the Jets are hosting the Patriots on Thursday Night Football, just your thoughts on Aaron Rodgers. You like the guy, you're rooting for him. Don't like the guy, not a fan. Or, yeah, I don't have a thought about Aaron Rodgers. What kind of a question is that? So it's a pretty much 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 so far, the answers. So,
yeah, not our best poll question.
No, it wasn't. We just didn't want to go, who do you like tonight? Jets -6, Pats +6. I mean, if there was a half point involved, we might have liked the question a lot more. Got to be honest.
You like the points, though, tonight.
I do. Patriots, good defense. They'll keep it close. Jets don't defend the run well. Patriots run the ball. Best thing they do on offense. I think the Patriots can keep it close. They outplayed the Bengals. They outplayed the Seahawks for a good chunk of that game. They let that one get away late. Had a 3-point lead in the ball. They were driving. They were in scoring range. They screwed that game up. They actually should be 2-0, even though we all think they're not very good.
But the defense is.
Yeah. Yeah. And I expect, who is it? Rodriguez, the corner for the Patriots, the kid from Oregon. He's outstanding. I think he'll start following Garrett Wilson all over the field. I really do. So I don't expect a lot of scoring tonight. Over under, I think, is 38. So it's not like Vegas thinks there's going to be a lot of scoring tonight also. And I could see a lot of field goals tonight.
Well, that seems to be the MO in the NFL this year.
Right.
We kick field goals.
I mean, we've had, 69 touchdown passes so far. We've played 32 games. We've had 69 touchdown passes. We're barely getting 2 touchdown passes a game.
That's what I was going to ask you. If I put the number at 70.5 total touchdown passes after tonight's game, would you go over or under? Is AR going to throw for 2? Is Brissett going to get one in there? I mean, how do you see this?
Well, you said 70.5, so we only need 2.
We only need 2.
If you said 71.5, now we're talking. Because I don't know if we get more than 2. I think that's the bet tonight. Number of touchdown passes in the game. Hell, Mark, it could be number of touchdowns in the game.
There you go.
2.5. I think it's going to be low scoring. So hopefully I'm wrong, because we've had enough low scoring. We've had enough field goals.
I think you're right on that. 38.5. That's a legit number that tells you what type of game you're going to get tonight.
I think people would be thrilled. Let's give us a surprise, kind of like Monday Night Football surprise. That game was better than I think most of us thought it would be, with a terrific ending. I mean, maybe the Jets and Patriots. Listen, the Patriots' first 2 games that came down to the final. They had to play defense. One time they got a stop, one time they didn't, and went to overtime. So, hopefully we get another good one tonight. Phillies Mets baseball on Big Fox. tonight. You remember Major League Baseball, ladies and gentlemen. It's one of our major sports, Major League Baseball.
Major League in name only.
Man, it's like an $11 billion sport, and it feels as if it's generating $874.
Because it's so regionalized.
The Yankees have clinched a playoff spot. The Yankees have the best record in the American League. The Dodgers have 2 superstars and the second best record in the National League. I mean, this is right out of central casting, for goodness sakes.
Philadelphia with stars is leading the National League.
Exactly.
A lineup that has stars up and down the lineup.
Correct. And the guy who plays on everybody's slow pitch softball team leading it off in Kyle Schwarber. I mean, how can you not like Kyle Schwarber?
Now, he looks like a guy that would stop the hot dog vendor and say 2 for the guys in the front row and just throw one to me here really quickly before I go up, have this at bat.
So Roberto Luongo, for those that don't know, Hall of Fame goaltender, he showed up at a beer league game and played the other day. He's like 48 years old or something like that. Don't you think Kyle Schwarber is going to be in a softball league at like 52 years of age?
Not regularly, but he's going to have a buddy that calls him and says, you know what? I need you this weekend. Can you show up?
We need you. And he may ask, you guys have one of those designated runners deals? I mean, once I get on, okay, if by chance I don't hit it over the fence, I don't have to play the field, do I? Yep. Nope. But it's Major League Baseball, ladies and gentlemen. Check it out. There's 10 days left in the season.
David, a little story that I saw, and I thought of you immediately when I read it. The Falcons this weekend, Arthur Blank is going into their Ring of Honor.
Well, he owns the team.
Yeah, well, I don't so much care about. But what they're doing because of Arthur Blank going into the Ring of Honor, I do care about. Everybody that's going to the game is getting free hot dogs, free chips, and a free soda.
They already have the cheapest concessions in the league.
And that's why they're doing it, to honor Arthur Blank with him going into the Ring of Fame, who several years ago decided we're going to have the cheapest concessions. We're going to make this affordable for people that come to our games. All they've done is lead concession sales, I believe, every year since.
Correct.
And number one in fan surveys from the fan experience at a Falcons game. And that's with Chick-fil-A being closed.
And think about what their quarterback play's been like for the last 3 years. And the fans are still not happy. I mean, they had 7 straight 7-win seasons. Or 3 straight 7-win seasons. And the surveys are still that positive. And the Chick-fil-A is closed for almost every one of their games. It is a little arrogant, and it's not his fault. He didn't vote himself into the Ring of Honor, but isn't it a little arrogant, a little bit?
Next week on the show, we will elect David Moulton into our Ring of Honor here on Miller of Moulton.
I was going to say, if David Moulton and Mark Miller, if either one of us gets inducted into the Miller and Moulton Ring of Honor, isn't that a little...
Only if you go in first.
Well, you'd have to go in first. Your name's first on the show.
No, not for that one. This is going to have to be Moulton first.
But tell me though that wouldn't your wife say to you at dinner, Mark, that's pretty narcissistic of David, isn't it? He wants to be in the Miller and Moulton Ring of Honor. His name's already on the damn show. I mean, we're Arthur Blank. We own the show. Don't you think that? I mean, come on, Pat Kerwin, Gary Danielson, okay, Roy Cummings, Seth, they go into our Ring of Honor. People have been guests on this show for 15 plus years.
The Hall of Fame guest list is what you're talking about?
Yes.
Miller and Moulton Hall of Fame of guests?
Right. That's who would go in our Ring of Honor. Wouldn't it be obnoxious to put one of the two of us in?
I think we need to start that and then call some people we've had on the show. Like we've had LeBron once and say, LeBron, we're inducting you into our Miller and Moulton Hall of Fame guest list. Can you come on and talk about that?
LeBron does love himself some LeBron, though. So that might be the only way we get him on a second time.
Well, I doubt he's playing horse with fans anymore to get a media frenzy behind them pushing radio spots for him.
I mean, Nick wants to know, do we put past producers in our Ring of Honor? Okay. Do we put sponsors in?
Put sponsors in before I'd put me in.
Well, definitely. But, I mean, we've had some longtime sponsors.
We haven't had very many longtime producers, though.
No, we had one.
We had one. After that, we kind of go through them like chiclets.
Yeah, we had one for a couple for 2 years, which but we had one who I think did this show for, well, what did he do it for? Well, 9 years, I think.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Hell, just putting up with us for 9 years. Although I have to admit, it felt like the other way around. But
it did, and I laugh now whenever I hear any promos for other shows when the producer puts himself into the promo, which was our old producer's gift.
That was the John Cassio special. Okay, we'd hear our show promo, and it was nothing about Miller and Moulton, but boy, was John Cassio featured. Good, bad, and ugly next.
Is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Just let John know he's a finalist for the Miller and Moulton Ring of Honor. His candidacy is very, very controversial, though. Okay. A lot of great things, but, a lot of you fired twice. Okay. As Mark pointed out, you always made the promos about yourself. Okay. It's just very controversial. Ryan, I think you're onto something. I think we should sponsor the Ring of Honor. And since it's Ring, it should be sponsored by the Diamond District. Where was Colin Cowherd now? I don't know. Never heard of him.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
The home stretch of Miller and Moulton. It's the Diamond District bonus hour, the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for being with us. Lee Sterling, Pat Kerwin, at the very least, on the show on a Football Friday tomorrow. You ready over there?
I think I am, David. What the
Okay,
hell?
well, some days you need a little more to prepare. Some days you're debating.
I was ready.
Okay, sorry. I'll stop.
That's all right.
Okay.
Well, you know what? We can do it again. There.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
We start in 1893 today when New Zealand becomes the first country to grant all women the right to vote. So they started it, huh?
And the all whites are all right tonight.
The Adventures of Superman TV series premiered today in 1952 with George Reeves as Superman. The first underground nuclear explosion in Nevada took place today in 57. The Mary Tyler Moore Show premiered on CBS today in 1970. Bon Jovi released New Jersey. The most top 10 hits of any rock glam metal album ever was released today in 1988.
Wow, more than Slippery, huh?
Yes.
Interesting.
Janet Jackson's Rhythm Nation, her fourth album, was released today in 1989.
We didn't touch upon it the other day. Did you see Tito died?
I did.
He's 70 now, but, just...
Now it's the Jackson 3.
Look at you. Oh, if you count, yeah? Did she count?
No.
No, so it'd be, the Jackson 4? It's kind of like that. She was like the American Athletic Conference, okay? Always, calling it a Power 6, okay? Because she would have made it the Jackson 6, but they didn't include her. They were chauvinistic.
Goodfellas premiered today in 1990.
I stop every single time. Every single time.
One of the great openings of all movies.
It doesn't matter where that movie is either when I catch it. I'm
but they're
pretty
shooting
much
and stabbing Billy Bates in the back of the car, and all of a sudden you hear the voiceover, Leota. All my life, I've always wanted to be a gangster. I'm in. I'm in. Let's go. You got me. Bonds joins 3 others of having back-to-back or of having 2 30-30 seasons in 92 today. Also in 92, demolition of JFK in Philly began. Built in 1926, it hosted the Tunney Dempsey fight, 41 Army-Navy football games, the Beatles, the Stones, and the U.S. portion of Live Aid, among other things. ER premiered on NBC today in 1994. The Euros whooped us at Oakland Hills today in 04. Largest margin by a European team in the history of the event.
That was the Hal Sutton Ryder Cup when he had the great idea, I'm going to put Tiger and Phil together.
Duke Snyder, Al Order, Cass Elliott, Joe Morgan, all born today. Bob Papa and Trisha Yearwood are both 60. Pitcher Jim Abbott's 57 and Jimmy Fallon's 50. What did I miss, David?
President Garfield died today.
The cat?
No, President Garfield.
Oh, I'm sorry.
James Garfield. All right. He had been shot 80 days earlier, back in 1881. Okay. He died today. You know, that was part of the whole, you know, the presidents in the U.S.
Zeros, right.
Right. Everything. Right. Yeah, we had a bad run there for a while. All right.
And by a while, you mean a century and a half?
Right, exactly. One other thing, Nixon, you know how businesses, they do things for the holidays, you know, they try to, you know, drum up business. So in the first year of Nixon's presidency, he kind of threw out a holiday special. He canceled the draft for November and December.
That's a good special.
It really is. That's better than, you know, a discount on a washer and dryer. It really is.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to England for the good, where reports of a fox rolling around with a plastic container stuck on his head. They were able to capture the fox, remove the plastic container, take the fox to the vet, and then release it to the wild. It's a tough catch. I mean, even a fox with a container on its head seems like it would be difficult to catch. For the bad, we go to California, where Ken Wilson has lived in the same apartment since 2006. He noticed his bill was going up, so he tried to take steps to reduce his energy usage. When the bill kept going up, he reached out to Pacific Gas and Electric to see what the hell was going on. Turns out he'd been paying his neighbor's electric bill for 16 years. PG&E said they are going to do everything they can to make their customer whole again.
Really?
I want free power for life. That's what I'm going for.
So is that what you want?
I want free power for life. No more electric bills.
I like it.
16 years, you charging me the wrong amount, and you got me locked into my neighbor's account?
How about if they say we'll give it to you for 16 years?
Done.
You take your chances after that?
Done.
Okay.
Finally, the ugly. We bring it back to Lee County, where 38-year-old Francisco Mariaga was booked into Lee County Jail after stealing and destroying items at the Smuggler's Cove Adventure Golf off of San Carlos Boulevard. Surveillance video shows the man walking around the business, damaging several items and using a fire extinguisher to bust a door open. He did all of this only in his underwear. When deputies showed up, they asked him if he was alone. He replied with nothing. That's all he said, nothing. The underwear-clad man was taken to Lee County Jail. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly today on Thursday, September the 19th, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com. That's capecops.com. They are looking for new officers, and if you sign up, you can receive a $10,000 signing bonus. That's capecops.com.
There is a college football game tonight, and it's on the 4-letter network at 7:30. South Alabama, they're not very good. They're at App State, who's usually pretty good. Just saying. All right. 7:30. App State's only a 7-point favorite.
Really?
Yes, I'm surprised. In fact, I would love to lay the 7 right now and include it in my picks. And because I'm 3-12 on the season. I mean, I'm going to make 37 picks tomorrow on the show.
Oh boy.
I mean, I'm chasing already. I'm 3-12. Come on now.
Haven't you seen Kurt Warner's ad? Don't never chase, David.
Sorry, Kurt. I'm in too big a hole. But anyway, that's college football tonight. 6 WNBA games. All 12 teams are playing. Final game of the regular season. I mean, you want to see Caitlin Clark? I mean, she's on Prime. I mean, you could, turn her game on at 7 before you switch over at 8:15 to watch the football game. I know. It's kind of cool, right? The advantage of a streaming service there. We can have 2 live sporting events on the same channel at the same time.
I'll take the baseball. I'm into Mets Phillies tonight.
12 baseball games, 6 of them in the afternoon. All right. But yes, the nationally televised game tonight.
I like watching the Phillies. That's a fun team to watch play baseball.
I agree with you. I agree. Mets 2 up on the Braves with 10 to play. Mets finish Phillies, Braves, Brewers.
Whew.
Yeah. Atlanta with a clear scheduling edge these next 4 nights. They finish up with Cincinnati today, and then they have 3 in Miami against the Marlins. Rays finish up with the Red Sox tonight at 6:50. The Marlins are a late afternoon tilt at 4:40 against the Dodgers. But it will be very interesting if it comes down to the end. The Mets are in Milwaukee. The Braves are hosting, I believe, Kansas City. And the Tigers have the White Sox at home. It'll be interesting to see the teams that are playing for something versus not playing for something. Some teams lay down, some teams play hard, like this is our playoffs. So we're down to it's 10 games, 11 in some cases, 11 days left in the baseball season.
You got to keep your eye on Arizona, who's been struggling as well, to see if they can hold on. Because they walk in and play Milwaukee right now, too, and they're trying to fend off Atlanta as well as the Mets are.
Right. Mets and Arizona, both 2 games ahead of the Braves for the final 2 playoff spots.
And Arizona goes Brewers, Giants, Padres to finish out their season. So
our buddy Chris Sale on the bump today, looking for win number 18. I'm a little surprised the Braves staggered his schedule the way they did. Okay, and I understand trying to give guys an extra day of rest here and there, but Sale's going to pitch today. I think he's scheduled to pitch the final game of the Mets series, and he's not scheduled to pitch again in the regular season. The Braves could have done their schedule where Sale pitched on the final Sunday of the regular season, and right now he's not scheduled to.
Could they slide him in if they had to?
Ooh, boy. At this stage of the season, to bring him back on 3 days rest when you've been trying to give him 5 as much as you can. I was just surprised they didn't alter it so that they had him pitch the middle game of the Mets series. All right. And then, because he's pitching today. I mean, in theory, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, 4 days rest, he could pitch Tuesday. And I believe he's scheduled to pitch next Wednesday for the Braves. Yeah, he is. So, they didn't alter it so that he could pitch the final game of the regular season if needed. That surprised me.
That surprises me as well, because outside of Sale, their pitching has been.
I mean, it's been good, but it's injured. They're counting on some guys, and wouldn't you want the best pitcher in the National League this year? I mean, he's 17-3 with a 2.35 ERA. I mean, I would want to give him the ball an extra time if I could. But anyway, Chris Sale on the bump today against the Reds.
David's taking the Patriots plus the 6. Do you think the Jets win, or are you predicting an upset tonight?
No, I think the Jets win. I mean, it is Aaron Rodgers against Jacoby Brissett at the end of the day, but I do think the Patriots will keep it close.
Does either team get to 20?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, I see this like 16-10.
Mm-hmm. I could see dueling field goals, 16-13. I mean, to me, it could get to 19-16. We have so many field goals, but yeah, I'm taking the points, and if I had to, I'd take the under tonight.
I'm with you on the under. I think I'm with you on the points. The Jets will win the game, but I think the number is really close to what it's going to be. But if I were to bet it, I would take the points. That seems to be the way to go with these divisional games as well, which means the Jets will blow them out because we're both locked in on Patriots plus 6.
Jets host Denver next week as well. Chance to be 3-1 going to London playing the Vikings before they host the Bills on Monday Night Football.
We'll get into it more tomorrow, but who are you buying more early, the Vikings or the Saints?
The Saints, their quarterback has a better track record in the league.
New offensive coordinator in New Orleans, and so far, my goodness, has it paid off.
But, we said, I mean, who was going to be the Baker Mayfield, Geno Smith of 2024? And if O'Connell makes that guy, Sam Darnold, look out. I mean, they won 7 games last year with Cousins not playing half the year, and that defense is even better. I mean, all of a sudden, the rest of that NFC North, this becomes problematic if Sam Darnold's for real this year.
Then it's the best. Then it's going to rival the other North as the best division in football.
It really will. Miller and Moulton, as we mentioned, Lee Sterling with his picks and Pat Kerwin to go through all the games tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day. Miller and Moulton.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. they can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.